guys. Embernocte. What? What does that even mean? Talking because she got harmed last night? Rude. Oh. Okay. I regret to inform all of you that as of today, March 22nd, Senior Deputy Porter O'Neill has handed in his badge and resigned from the Saints Crossing Sheriff Department. O'Neill expressed that he no longer trusts what the department stands for and that he disagrees with how we handle things. He expressed to me that he deserved more trust for what he accomplished in New Austin. I want to make it a very clear statement to you all. If at any point you feel like there's a problem within this department, whether it be related to policy, personal, or anything between, you need to reach out to your sheriffs and discuss this. We're here to help you with these issues. If we're not informed, we cannot take action. This department is stronger when we're unified, and I hope that you're all comfortable reaching out to discuss such issues. O'Neill was a valuable asset to the department and a friend to many. If you need someone to speak with, you can reach out to me personally. Well, why? Porter was like one of the best. There's like 125 people on right now. This is like a lot. A lot more than normal. What's next? Saffron hands her badge in and goes back to crime? Never. No. Saffron... I mean, I don't like to say never, because it's very possible that... But it would have to be a very personal, very intense storyline, and it would culminate in Saffron's death if that happened. I want to go make her a new outfit. I think Thorn gave me that last night. Is everyone aware of what happened last night? No, no, no. I have no plans for Saffron to take corruption. Oh, Torkett, you must be when I passed out with the phone next to me. Sorry, yup. Unfortunately, I mean, it was the only time after all the other deputies go to bed. That's when you're alone. That's when you get kidnapped at telegram stations. I love this track. I like this one, but I don't wear it anymore. I need to update it. There's too much brown. Which one of these is actually better? Like this one. Hey, Cyber Bob. How you doing? And those are Holly's gloves, but I'm using them on a Saffron outfit. Well, that was quite the thought I had to catch up on when I woke up. Yeah, wasn't it? we got off pretty easy. Let's put it that way. We got off pretty easy. Ooh, that's pretty good. 10. Maybe the shirt just doesn't go. I wanted the shirt to go, but of course, white is always the best. So is it? What part of when I said be safe didn't she understand? Listen, I was gonna go to bed. Couldn't believe she was in there. Not really Saffron's typical silhouette, but I think it's nice. All right. Thank you for the sub.
All right.
Thank you so much for the sub, Cyberbob. Cool beans. Yeah, Crypt, someone did. Bet you can't guess who. You want to guess who? You should try guessing who. Oh, you did guess who. Okay. Yeah, it was O'Neill. I don't really want to be sheriff. I don't know. I'd have to talk about it, but I'm not really interested in being sheriff. Yes, there's lots of cadets coming on. I mean, I guess they're following the story, you know? It's still sad, though. I think O'Neill was one of the better deputies, so that's rough. Why? Probably should have chosen a darker gun belt. It's fine for now. We'll deal with it. I have it for you now, Deputy. Respect. I have it for you now, Deputy. Is it returned? Perhaps not. Perhaps in time. My deal will be honored. No deputy shall be harmed from now. No kidnapping, no torture. Regretfully, there is one final deed. The blood I need from Deputy Pavis. I did not draw any from you, though. I wagered the taste under my tongue would be truly delightful. You remind me her of a little, too.
Senior deputy.
Coraline.
All right.
Coraline? What? I'm gonna have to save this and send it. Thank you for the sub, Ferris. Man, 7 months. Yeah, Warthog is very... He will absolutely sacrifice a character to the story, which we learned with Obi. What on earth? I just stepped back because like a wagon got too close.
Minnie!
Howdy.
Minnie, are you there?
Hey Mitchell.
Damn it.
I'm sure we'll see each other before you read this, but I just wanted to see how you're doing. I also want to say I'm sorry for letting you go off on your own like that to Blackwater. I should have come knowing how things were. If there's anything you want or need from me, I'm happy to help. Julian. Oh. Yes, it is very interesting.
Hi, Vincent.
Aw, Snow. Okay, let's... Very strange telegram. Well, Crypt, it's so hard because sometimes I just want to go wander around and see what happens. But everyone else isn't always, like, it's hard to do that with other people. Because you're just, like, fine with wandering aimlessly. But are they fine with wandering aimlessly? And then they crash into you. So... No, why? 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 Magazine Bravo September? Okay, bud. Oh, apparently today, I don't know how many people know about this, but 8 years ago today, at 10:37 a.m., 43 lives were lost in Oso, Washington, in the deadliest slide in U.S. history. Landslide. I think some debris blocked the river and it washed over the banks and it came down the hill and it just kind of, it just took the whole hill out. I remember hearing stories from people that day. They were out flying rescue helicopters that day just as part of a training drill. And they looked down at the Stillaguamish River and they said, "What's going on? There's no river. There's no water in the Stillaguamish River." And that was because it had all blocked and diverted down this hill and completely wiped out this neighborhood. And they flew up there while they were on the training drill and were lifting people out off of the tops of houses and stuff. Like the highway nearby people got buried in the highway nearby. It was horrible. It was so horrible. It was like 40 minutes away from me. Yeah. No, really? Can't say this isn't a bit frustrating. Yeah, right. Oops. I read what O'Neill said. I regret to inform you all that as of today, March 22nd, Senior Deputy Porter O'Neill has handed in his badge and resigned from the Saints Crossing Sheriff Department. O'Neill expressed that he no longer trusts what the department stands for and that he disagrees with how we handle things. He expressed to me that he deserved more trust for what he accomplished in New Austin. I want to make very clear, blah, 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 blah. Just, you know, you can talk to us, blah, blah, blah. Wonder if he'll kind of become a vigilante or what. I know, Porter had it so rough. I don't know what exactly his problem was, though. Yeah, even turned in his sort of girlfriend. Yeah. I don't know what the relationship was there. a lot of issues not being talked out or something in both. Yeah. Porter Shield, Croia. I don't know what's going on with them all either. I didn't realize. I don't know if Porter's linked to Shields and Croia or not. But yeah, it seems there's something happening with Shield, Croia. There's medical aid in Blackwater. A man named CJ, low pulse, looked to have bones sticking out of his arm. Ugh. Snow, Winters, Holloway, McGregor, and 3 cadets going to Rhodes and Emerald from Mills. Shaw, Pavis to Butcher's Creek. Stop by our family friend's hidey hole to see if she's still there. Might try and go out there, see if they're out there. Oh my goodness, why cars? Why? Sorry for the car noises in the background.
You got yourself a real nice horse there.
Had to catch up on the VOD. I fell asleep shortly after asking about the music stuff, and oh boy. Yeah, oh boy. You heard the click, right? As I'm looking at telegrams, you hear the click. Oh, it was such an ominous click. I just knew in that moment. I knew. Get rid of it. Just put it in my pocket. I don't want it. That click immediately made me sit up straight. Ominous gun sound. Welcome to the flock. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I was like, I just knew. Oh yeah, well I was too. I mean, you heard I had to let it out a bit. I was like, but then Thorn showed up anyway. Yeah, pretty much. At least it was Thorn and not Johnny John Jones, and Thorn seemed to let you off easy. Yeah, I feel like Johnny John Jones won't. Yeah, it doesn't. It's really good, isn't it? I really like it. That's why I have it cranked. I don't know. Rabbit's the one who has this telegram. Okay, horse. You love this part of the map, so scary at night. Not too bad, because the wild animals aren't bad right here. Oh, they're gonna yell at me. That's me. I just heard that you were coming out here. At Saffron.
Oh.
I
I
heard.
assume you went in there?
No, I haven't. I heard that you were coming out here, and I was lingering around to
Alright.
see if you were arriving. No, I haven't gone in.
Oh, this place. I heard about this.
Yeah.
Well, here's me reminding myself to get a lantern when I go back to town.
Normally I don't use one, but it's so fucking dark in here, you have to have it.
Yep.
I think I read the report. It should be this section right here that goes down.
I am very well aware of where it is. It's almost like I did reconnaissance on it before the Rangers even knew.
Oh, I wouldn't know. So... Oh, there's a...
Oh.
Do you see this note?
Yep. Saints Crossing Sheriff's Department. If you're in here, make yourself known. Well, her box is still here.
She might not know this one. She said that, she said Pavis keeps finding my hideouts. And I said, well, I think that you make it obvious that they're yours. And then she said that, she said, well, my new rune, Algaze, seems to be working better.
Yeah, well, apparently it's not working too well
So what
for
are
her,
the
is
dead
it?
snakes for?
She has some sort of affinity towards venom. Mm-hmm.
That's weird.
Yeah, be careful, because there is a drop-off back somewhere over there.
There it
Yeah,
is.
well, I'm not going then.
We can search the rest of the cave. I don't think there's going to be anything else
Probably
in
not.
here, but this is
Oh, my lady. Right.
her little hidey spot.
Plenty of... Hopefully the monster of the crossing will turn... The monster of the crossing? What is that? Another way to the drop off.
Does she have a fucking headache down there? No, here she
No,
comes.
I just I took a wrong turn and
Fair enough.
that's all. So I just went and looked at the drop off too.
God, this water's disgusting.
It really is.
daytime, it's not too bad in this area because you get the sunlight. But yeah, at nighttime it
But
fucking
also,
is
I can
awful.
see it.
generally speaking, nothing good tends to happen in places like this.
I don't know if this goes anywhere. I haven't.
It goes to the mine, I believe. At least one of these ways back here.
No, the other way goes to the mine. Okay, so this
Yeah,
is
that's a dead end.
Yes, this is the cave that Holly shot Jack in.
I'll let you go first.
Wait, are you afraid?
No, because you've got a lantern and I don't. Really
Ow.
took the wind out of that one, didn't it?
No, man. Sorry. I think that's just a dead end. It's water's running through from it. I really do not recommend drinking it no matter how thirsty you get.
Well, thankfully I'm not dying, and I've got a full canteen, so...
Waiting for Thorn to just pop up.
She'd get blasted.
All right, that's about as I suspected, but worth the shot to look.
That makes sense. Our telegrams last night started in Annisburg. And she liked hitting Emerald Ranch a few times as well. Say that she was at least was confident in her disguise. Or at least in being unknown.
She's confident in a lot of things for someone who keeps getting found.
Yeah, found but not caught. To be fair.
Yeah. It is a dead end.
These fucking rats.
That's the way out here.
No, yep. Yep.
There is a section with sort of paintings and stuff. That down here. Hi.
Oh.
Oh, there's activity here. Just looks like offerings though.
Yeah. Oh, ooh. Well, she has a tendency to love lilacs, so that is another sign. All right.
And that's fresher. And then
Yep.
it also coincides with
What's
this.
this? Tobacco.
Aye.
And this. Oh, more sage and tobacco.
All right.
Yep.
Hey, Bionicer.
Ouch. I don't understand. Why are there so many rats in here?
I don't know.
That's
It's not even a
disgusting.
food source.
Well, there must be something nearby. Maybe animals
I mean, all the
fall
people
in
that
here
keep
and
falling
die.
down. Yeah.
Ew.
This is a big
Damn it,
pile of
Shaw.
corpses.
I'll be up in just a second. I'm gonna grab something down here.
Sure.
Okay.
If you hear a lot of gunshot booms, you know the worst has happened.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Okay, I'll keep that in mind.
I'm gonna check outside real quick. Make sure,
Okay.
you know, we're good.
Is that your note right here? The keep running one?
Mm-hmm. I don't want to fight her in this cave. Suicide.
No, I just think it's funny.
After I read her journal that first time, where I read I was the adversary, I sent her a telegram. It was like, keep running, I'm right behind you. And I signed it as the adversary.
That sounds like something that would work on her.
Well, it hasn't, unfortunately.
She did, did you read my, I haven't finished the report.
Yeah.
She sent me that telegram after last night.
Alright, Annisburg or Saint Denis?
You know what? Yeah, let's swing through Annesburg, because that doesn't see a lot of patrols.
That's probably good to patrol through there and Van Horn
And then we
every
can
once in a while.
check in so they know we're not murdered.
Yep.
Except for how disgusting that cave is. And Butcher's Creek. This area is very pretty.
Yep. Roanoke's a pretty place.
Right, well, if you
just-
follow this road up north, the river along there is just gorgeous. It's very nice. But there's a lot of murder kitties, so...
Yeah, I found that out when I was doing my initial reconnaissance to find Thornican.
Oh no.
And this way, right?
Sorry.
But it's okay, you know, a Clad Ruber and a shotgun, I got through it.
Clyde River's a brave one?
Yeah, but mine is.
Fair enough.
I find Mustangs to be braver than most, but I think mostly in regards to stuff like black bears.
Yeah.
And no horse responds okay to snakes, just none of them. At
Yeah.
all.
Have you noticed that they'll like ignore the lizards though? In New
They
Austin,
don't
that's
care
scurry
about
away?
they don't
Doesn't
care
make
about
sense.
those.
Scare away and they hiss.
We're going to the big caves over here.
Okay?
I don't know, I'm just following Shaw.
Yeah, we're heading northeast, right?
We're headed north right now, and then we're gonna head.
I didn't even know this camp was here.
Yeah, there's a tribe dwelling here, and she's not going to be wanting to step on those toes. She's already stepped on their toes enough.
Okay, and now we're heading west. Okay, so we want to head back. So it's this route.
Like if the cougars could be eradicated, this would be a very nice area.
Mm-hmm.
This is a nice little stretch of road.
And one of the most cougar-filled parts of the area.
Yep.
Alright.
It's almost like they're running packs around here.
I like literally
Terrifying.
3 to 5 of them.
It's probably just a family then. You know, by then some of the cubs.
You know where you can also find them in packs like that?
Where's that?
You know Lake Owanjila? There's sort of that stretch of mountainside on the back side of it. Seen 4 or 5 at once there.
Good.
Damn.
There's that like Norse burial site. Oh, I wonder if she'd be attracted to that actually. We should look at
Yeah,
it.
I wondered. You know what? While we're here,
Aye.
'cause it's definitely her kind of gig.
Aye. You know what she said? She said that she would have her final act of revenge on Thursday.
Mm.
Oh,
You find something?
raw bones.
Oh. She either doesn't know about this place or decided to avoid it.
Yeah.
Well, it's not really all that, you know, secure place to live in.
I mean,
That one part
it's
is,
not.
but, you
It's
know,
not very well known.
Yeah.
2 on the nose. Yeah.
Is that wolves? I think I just have wolves.
Maybe.
No, not
although
up
I
here.
never really have met wolves out here. Maybe closer to the mountains, but
Okay.
I think you're hearing coyotes, Shaw.
Yeah, probably. Nope.
The fuck?
We're going back the way we came from.
Yep, and that's
Okay.
the way towards Annisburg.
Okay.
Listen, I don't know this area. I don't know why I'm leading. I was just volunteered for the duty, and now I'm just trying to make do as best I can.
He was voluntold.
Probably just cut through this mountain, though. I have no idea.
I wouldn't cut
Looks
through the
like other
mountain.
side.
The best place to cut through is from the backside of Butcher's Creek, really. Because if you cut through the woods back there, you'll at least get to the roads or the tracks.
Wait, is this a road? No, it is not. But I think we can get across here.
You know, we can just go on an adventure. Just don't fall off a cliff, please.
It's fine. Yeah, just be careful.
Right, especially as you get closer, because it gets very cliffy.
There we go.
Aye, but the stumps are a good sign.
Slowing down.
What the fuck?
Oh.
What the fuck? Oh, you got fucked up. Oh, Jesus Christ.
You want a horse tonic?
No, she's good. I got one.
She'll
I'll give her
shake
one
it
down
off.
here.
She's being dramatic.
Oh, there's a ladder down to the mines
Fucking
there.
cream mares, I swear. She just gave no shit. She was like, I'm gonna fly. Fuck you.
Pavis, just go slow. Also Pavis, her horse tries to fly.
Horse no. Horse yes.
The noise every time someone face plants.
Mills. Patrolling to Butcher's Creek, then to Emerald Ranch. Wow, it's almost like we've already been there. Allison Mills seen riding south of Strawberry, group of 6, including Moxie. But they are really on Mills's shit.
He did this stupid robbery last night.
To be fair, he does a lot of stupid shit.
I keep thinking that you're Snow.
Was it?
I keep thinking that you're Snow.
How dare you?
It's because you've got similar silhouettes with a hairstyle.
I'm dressed completely differently. Now listen, if I did this, jacket on, hat off, then I would be like, yeah, okay, I can see it. But Snow never wears a hat, and is always wearing that jacket.
No, I think you look more like Snow with a hat on, just because I can't see her hair colors easily.
Alright, but now you know. He never wears a hat.
I don't think he never wears one. I just think he usually doesn't.
Yeah, I've seen him with a hat. Not often, but...
No.
Well, now he can't. Crazy.
Okay.
Do we want to check Saint Denis or?
Yeah.
Let's see if the Chentas and the Cub burn the place down.
Oh, they're
We're
more
on this
like.
side of the state, might as well.
Well, they're more likely to group up into a gigantic organization to overpower everything else in the state.
Yeah. Yeah.
Fantastic. So just ban them all from Lemoyne at this point.
With any luck, we'll get to execute him.
Oh, that'd be fantastic.
Fuck that rabbit!
I see.
No, he's alive.
Fuck.
They're like shockingly resilient
yeah.
sometimes.
Them and foxes. It's kind of weird.
Foxes
Fo-
are
foxes
ridiculous. Foxes can take 3
You could
rifle
shoot 'em in
shots.
the
Aye.
fucking head,
No,
they'll be
they're
fine.
aye.
Y'all are very passionate about foxes. And
I've done
their
a
resilience.
I've
Wow.
done a lot of hunting. Like coyotes are pretty tough, but foxes are ridiculous.
Do we want to take a peep at Van Horn? Nah.
Oh, we kind of just passed it, didn't we?
Yep.
You know, fuck it. Let's ride through it. Take a left here somewhere. Eventually, there's a road. There it is.
Slow
Okay,
down. So there's
slowing
no
to a
collision.
trot. Cause, these people are nuts.
Doesn't look like there's any extra activity here.
That's the same.
Oh well.
No wonder everyone's hot on the trail of Mills. I think he's the only person about right now.
No, I think almost every other criminal in the state is just doing that thing where they pretend like they're legitimate, but they're actually doing crime.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
I
It's
hate
usually just
organized
a mouse.
crime. I don't envy anyone that's going to have to end up dealing with it.
Yeah.
Honestly, I think my hatred from it comes from past negative associations with certain factions that may or may not have been in the crossing, but
There's riders coming this way on the tracks. They're stopping?
I bet it's some of ours.
I think so, but...
That is some of ours, yeah.
Yeah.
Aye, it's McGregor. I see McGregor in the middle.
McGregor and his cadets.
McGregor and his cadets. Oh no, he's come trying to avoid us. Ow! I don't know what happened. That was horrible. That's why I avoid those.
Usually I try to take them out.
Back to Saint Denis, we just been through Ansburg, Butcher's Creek, and all that bullshit.
Okay, we just went through Saint Denis. They've got some sort of event at the gambling event on the boat. Other than that, I'm not sure what's going on there. But yeah, we can head there with you. We were just
Apparently a lot of
gonna patrol
DiCenzo's
through.
members are fucking about in the city. I don't know what they're doing.
They were earlier. We did not see anyone though, other than those doing the gambling, which were not the. Actually, I did see the DiCenzo's, 3 of them ride through on a wagon.
Say we only went to Telegram Station.
Yeah,
kind
I'm
of
pretty
followed
sure.
it, so it ain't the main town.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's head over there. Saffron, you want to lead us
Sorry, where are we heading off to?
to wherever you're going? Saint Denis, right?
Okay, sure.
What you say it like that?
I didn't. I just wasn't sure what was going on. We were just generally
She was too busy
going.
brushing her pony.
Well, we took a spill over there because those tracks. He got his foot caught for a moment.
Yeah. I do hate trying to turn around on those. Thorn look like? She got dark hair, right?
I was like,
Nah.
I was brown.
Brown hair.
No. And a blue sort of tunic shirt that fell to her mid-thigh.
Does she
Green
have, like, an
eyes,
olive
really
skin
sharp
tone?
green eyes.
A lightish tan belt with fringes on it.
Does she have like an olive skin tone?
No, very pale.
Pale, alright.
And her hat was one of those sort of jaunted ones with a cord wrapped around the brim. Asymmetrical.
Yeah, if she was green, that would be very easy to spot that.
Oh, slowing down.
Sorry. You just want to go back to the office?
Might as well.
Yeah, probably check tip line, all that.
Taylor, probably.
Alright, left. Get to take a tour of all the homes. Left.
Get to take a tour of all the unhitched horses in the street.
Fine.
Yeah.
Sun is glaring on my screen and I can't see anything but the smudges.
Thank God we get inside right as the thunderstorm comes in.
A blood donor, Blackwater.
You coming in, Kadan?
Yeah.
Right. Fuck me. Oh, Mitchell.
Aye?
Can I borrow you for a minute?
Sure.
Right. Fucking horse. Alright. What happened with Thorn? Or not yeah, Thorn.
Aye, Thorn. Aye. I mean, pretty much what I put in the report. She had been telegramming the sheriff's office last night. She'd been telegramming me. So we were keeping an eye out for her. We weren't making any attempts to meet with her because she'd mentioned that meeting with you on Wednesday, and I wanted you'd be able to handle that. She'd been telegramming from Annisburg, Emerald Ranch. I know we staked out Emerald Ranch, waiting to see if she would approach. She didn't. And we didn't try and, lure her anywhere or anything like that. Got to the end of the night, people were clocking off, so I decided to go back home to Blackwater. Got into town, there was some weird medical situation going on with a couple people, so I was checking on that. And I'd seen that I had one telegram from her, so I went to go take a look at it again. And as I was standing there at the telegram station, she stepped out of the corner with a shotgun. She took me down to, there's a shack in the middle of Stillwater Creek swamp area over by Thieves Landing. She took me there and started threatening me. I told her what we always told her is that I can't tell her her charges because I don't have the paperwork. Paperwork's at the sheriff's offices. And then we ended up going down to Armadillo, where she was fairly certain there'd be less likely for there to be deputies around.
Okay.
She may open the door to go in there, and
I am going to be
Yeah.
completely honest with you. When I first heard about this, I heard about it from Thorn.
first heard
She
about
sent me a
what
telegram about getting you.
did she?
I was sleeping at the time, but I woke up to that. So let me write this down.
Sorry, what's the?
I said I'm gonna write down what you said. Hold on, let me just pull this out.
Okay, did she say something completely different?
It's more protecting you. We need to document this.
Protecting me? What did she say? Something additional?
No.
Oh.
So this situation, from my perspective, when I first woke up, she made it sound like you were taunting her in telegrams, and she was able to find you that way. And she come after
No,
you because of that.
I mean she knew where it was because she'd been observing us and stuff. I was responding to her telegrams, but mainly because she was responding. It helped us to know where she might be at the time. But I was
Okay, so,
sticking with people.
Start from the beginning of what you were telling me. Last night you started getting telegrams from her on the Anon line.
We got telegrams in the Anon, and I got telegrams personally. So we're getting both. And she was making demands like she typically does about, wanting to know her terms, and I just told her we can't tell her that. We'll tell her that inside a sheriff's office.
Okay, and then
Like I said, we attempted to stake out Emerald Ranch,
who's
hoping
we?
Winters and Doug Dan at one point. We're just sort of going about normal activities last night while keeping an eye out, sticking together.
Right. And where did you stake out?
Emerald Ranch. So there's some bushes to the north of it. We sort of waited there.
Alright.
She made it clear that she was looking for me with the telegram, so at one point we had Doug Dan go back to keep an eye on the tip lane, but we just sort of watched there for a while, and then we ended up going back in town, and then that's when people started clocking off for the night.
Why was she looking for you?
I can. She I think I'm the redhead who spoiled her fun in her last though. I pursued her when she tried to take O'Neill the first time.
Okay. So what you mentioned something about mine and her as a meeting. Did she say something to you about that?
Aye, she telegrammed last night about it to the Anon, saying that she, I mean, you have to read what the Anon says, but it was something about how she'd be happy to set up a meeting last night. So I think I went and discussed it with Cash, because I remembered that you and Cash had been talking about it. I said, I don't know kind of if we want to, do that, because it sounds like something's already set up for a Wednesday, or that you're waiting for a reply. So we decided not to move on it. And that was before any sort of staking out. But again, we didn't try and actually lure her anywhere. We just sort of watched for her communications, and we went a few places like Wallace to see if she was going to go out there, and maybe Telegram because she was bouncing around. Actually didn't go down to Blackwater the entire night until I was going to clock off. So it was very shocking that that's where she found me.
Right, and then so pretty much the whole night was you're getting telegrams
From her
personally and on the Anon.
and on the Anon. Aye.
So the personal ones, they were the same as the Anon, or the Anon was?
Oh no,
just
they
trying
weren't
to
the
set a
same.
meeting?
Hers were stuff like, they were threats and taunts and stuff like that.
Okay, and what were your response to this?
Just that, she doesn't have to do what she's threatening to do, that we're reasonable and we want to, we can talk things out, that she's got the meeting, so why does she need to do anything, that sort of stuff.
Okay, and then and then she caught you at the
Blackwater Telegram.
Telegram.
Aye.
Okay. All right. So initially, I mean, I was going to get your story and then see, but it sounds like you didn't really. I mean, you just got caught out. So
I did not try and meet her out or anything like that.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So there were some concerns, I think, because people just didn't know what actually happened. But yeah, I'll just write this report up and that'll clear everything.
Alright, did they think that I was trying to meet her or something?
I think it sounded like you were communicating with her.
I mean, there was telegrams back and forth, and I told people that, though. I wasn't hiding that or anything. I specifically told people that.
No, it sounded like you were trying to solve the situation, even though you knew, like, we had a meeting set. But, I mean, I think that based on what you just told me, it doesn't sound like that, so.
I know, every time she sent a telegram, that gave us the location. And we were keeping aware of where she was.
No, that's fine. Yeah, so I'll just write this up and then it'll be all cleared up.
Okay.
Alright. That's all I needed.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem. Are you okay?
I'm barred, but otherwise she didn't harm me.
Okay.
She pressed that stupid knife of hers to the back of my neck after heating up at the stove down there in Armadillo.
Well, it sounds like Thursday she's going to be doing something stupid.
Aye,
Getting herself
it
killed.
does. That's I think I put that in my report.
Yeah, she sent me a telegram about it as well. It's her final act, she says.
And then I got one from her. I didn't see it before I did finally go to bed last night, but I put a report about that. It's threats about directly against Pavis.
Okay.
I'm sure
Aye.
Pavis has got them too. Thorn seems to like to be direct with how she's threatening.
You got a piece of bread or something?
No, I got 4 carrots and some sugar cubes if you want that.
No, that's alright. Alright. Let me finish writing this. Thank you.
Mm.
Alright,
slice of jerky as well.
Whatever you're looking to get rid of.
And we'll do a little value meal for you.
Alright, thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Alright. I'll need just a moment to finish this report.
Did I hear that your name was Deputy Saffron?
Aye, although typically it's Deputy Mitchell, but aye.
Oh, Deputy Mitchell, okay. I think we met briefly. Did I introduce myself?
I don't remember if you did or not, so
Yeah,
feel
fair
free
enough.
to
Yeah, the
again.
name is Buck Montana.
Oh, nice to meet you, Buck.
Yeah, pleasure.
How long have you been a cadet now?
Today would be second full day of doing it.
Okay, alright. Well, I hope that you do well.
Yeah, yeah, imagine that is the hope. Yeah, no, I've been enjoying it so far. It's been very informative and yeah, it's helped a lot.
Oh, it's eye-opening to see what everyone has to deal with around here, isn't it?
Yeah, a little bit. You know, it's been a good all around, I'd say. My first day, whenever I was trying to get an interview, there was 2 separate bank robberies. It kept kind of postponing that back and back and back. It was quite the day.
Sounds about right.
Yeah,
That's
assuming it was
surprising
even
though.
more of a day for y'all.
Throughout my first month, we had maybe 2 bank robberies in the entire month.
They had
That's
passed by Sheriff Lewis on the road, and I was meaning to chat with her about the interview. Followed her to Rhodes after I realized it was her. Saw there's a bank robbery happen, or someone told me, so I skedaddled out. Everyone was gone for a while dealing with that. And then I tried to do it again later that night. And she was interviewing somebody else.
What the fuck?
And I was waiting to be after that. And then during that interview, another one happened in Valentine. It was quite the day, I suppose.
We just got a tip from Blackwater that just says cows as the title, and then from Rhodes, but, Roads. And that's it.
Are people like bringing cows into the town?
I don't know.
Very vague message.
Don't know.
Cows.
Cows from Rhodes. That's it. That's it.
Yeah, whoever that was should sign up for the paper.
It was all lowercase too. The whatever teller they got just didn't care.
Yeah, it gave as much information as they were given as much effort as well. Huh.
I need to go to the bank.
I also do. Because usually as soon as I get about 100.
Cows. From roads. What?
What is it?
What are people shouting about? What's going on?
What is that?
What's what?
What's the suspicious activity?
Oh,
It's up to call someone to ring the bell.
I didn't hear it for some reason. West Elizabeth had an aced shine run. Aye.
Alright, fair enough. Thank you.
More of those. I need to go get food, so I'm gonna lock you two in here for a few minutes.
Alright, fair enough.
Okay, no scaring me tonight. I have my water bottle closed and not in glass. Did you break your cup last night? Let's see if there's another tone of tail to use on this. Oh, I need food. No, but I did get a book in my collection covered in water. Oh, I'm sorry. That's kind of funny, but also sorry. Ah, horse. Wow. Wow. I didn't realize I appealed to such an ancient audience. My demographics? 65 plus. That's probably better, less jarring. Whoops. I just wish the tail wasn't so gray. No, not new horsey, just yeah, there's nothing that matches the ears, sadly. I think maybe the other one's better. Chestnut is just so bright. Gregor, has you mopping the floors in here? Sweeping the floors.
Yeah, I just figured better than just standing around.
Sorry about that. That's let's see, where are we at now?
Nothing.
What's burning down? Nothing.
There's cows from roads, apparently. No one knows what that
Cows
means.
from roads.
Aye.
That means that there are cows north of roads.
No, so there's a telegram. There's a telegram from Blackwater that just says cows. And then when you open it up and you look at what it says inside, it just says from roads, but like a normal road, not roads, the town. Go look for yourself. I'm not making this up.
Okay. I don't even care enough to open that. Yeah, let's
That's very important too.
Aye, it could be very important. You never know.
let's head back to roads. It's more central and it's where I'm stationed, so let's head out the back.
The actual town roads or just the outside?
Yeah. Yep, we're not looking for cows.
We're going to hit the roads and go to roads, apparently.
I see.
Alright, where'd my beast go? No, it was past that.
Remember you were calling him and, you know, he was pulling free of his hitch and everything.
Yeah.
Gregor. Is it in this bush?
Fuck. Yep. Come here, Aggie. You're all right.
That's what you get for teasing your horse through the glass windows.
Is that door closed?
Ah,
How
they
does it
look close to me.
Not closed.
Yeah. I mean, to me, it just seems a little open. The one we came out of.
This one?
Yeah.
Let's can we go by yeah, let's go left. I wanna go by these houses over here. Unlock the gun.
Yeah, where that geared was, I'm assuming.
Yeah, I want to go by the Chinzo Manor and also the big white house. I don't know, different people call it different names. The mayor's house, the White House, whatever.
I've always heard it referred to as the Governor Mansion.
Governor Mansion, there you go.
But they rented
Who
out.
are y'all voting for mayor?
Are
Just
there
keeping an eye.
Seen,
are there
fires out.
candidates?
Yeah, I've seen two people. They put flyers up outside the general store in roads now.
Are
Oh,
we
you
even
mean
able
Awkward
to?
Johnson and fucking Randy.
Oh, maybe. Yeah, I know. I saw the Randy one, and then a fella named.
What sort of names?
Boom. He put his name apparently.
Oh,
in the ring.
Boone as well.
His flyer said, "I don't want to do nothing. I don't want to change nothing. At least everybody else won't get it, or something like that."
He has my vote, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know the others, but I was siding that way as well.
But I don't think we even are able to elect people like that right now. So
Yeah, I'm assuming there's.
it's all just a bunch of gab.
You know, government in place.
I hate this bridge.
As do I.
Okay. Okay. Oh.
Docile little guys. It's like to come up to sunbathe on occasion, I suppose.
I guess so. I mean, that would make someone fear a bridge even if they didn't already fear bridges.
Alright, when we get to roads, I need get some water and some food and check my telegrams. Mitchell, if you could check the tip line.
Aye.
Hold on. Slow down.
Yeah, yeah.
Let's wait here a moment.
Okay.
If you get spread out and just see if anyone's in need of help.
Yeah.
Sage Crossing Sheriff's Department. Is anyone injured out here? Sage Crossing Sheriff's Department. Is anyone injured?
Very unlikely along here.
Probably nothing.
He's probably just vibrating.
No, they're just taking a poop. So I'll just hitch their horse for them. And we will move on. Maybe they're shitting on the crops over there.
Okay.
Fresh fertilizer.
Remind me never to smoke their tobacco.
What do you think that crops are normally fertilized with, McGregor?
Not people shit.
I wouldn't be so sure about that.
You sure about you rolling?
Mm-hmm.
Fuck it, no, fuck that.
Our house needs to go somewhere.
Especially in this time period. Sorry. Big issue. Like, when you go to Asia, don't eat vegetables that haven't been cooked in some way. Because lots of times, you know, they're fertilizing stuff and it splashes and... Yeah.
Jesus Christ. I'm hitching right here.
Looks like you're both fighting over the hedges. I guess nothing. Wow. There's no crime in all the crossing. I demand a refund. Or none being... Yeah, what it is none's being reported is what it is. Oh, waiting until I'm alone again? Yeah, just wait till Kyla's group comes after me.
And McGregor has stumbled across a few individuals outside the telegram station.
Oh, so he'll be gabbing
doing
for a while.
little
I was like,
chit-chatting, yeah.
I'm gonna go check my telegrams as well. Even though I probably won't have any. It's fine. Cal's gonna have bad moods. Wow. I needed that. It's a joke. Nobody needed that.
Let us do that though, because there would be
Why
a
not?
conflict of bullshit.
I'm gonna fix my horse's tail. Turn it back to the other one.
Those things where like when you start lotting
So are we going bear hunting? Pfft. That's a good way to die. something. Come on. Bank robbery, come on. New Hanover, heading west. Seems like the main chainers, alright?
They're running rampant, are they?
Guess so. But the tips are so vague, we can't catch most of them. I do not think that... The tail update? Probably. Yeah, that looks right. If McGregor comes back, just tell him that I need to take a few moments, so...
Yeah, so.
I was told there's dinner downstairs and I forgot to go get dinner. Not... really hungry, though. The doctor's house is the outhouse, apparently. Okay, I'm back. Cashew, really? Cashew! Okay, you want to go get in the kitchen? No. Come here and lay down. Sorry. No, Cashew. Huh, they found a Shriner. Someone removed his telegram. Alo, Celo, Delo, Yulo. Wow. Siva Brian listed as a civilian. So funny. Did you dump your glass of water? Oh, I don't have Porter's telegram. Oh yeah, I still haven't watched it. I don't know. I don't really see the point in watching a funeral. I'd probably just be a few hours of being bored and sad at the same time. I avoid ice-tea funerals as much as I can, unless it's really meaningful to my character, but even then I prefer to avoid it. Yeah, Sive's actually never been to Siska. That is true. But yeah, on this server. But I mean, I wouldn't ever say Sisika because it was another server. And, you know, why would they also have a prison island named Sisika? I just say prison. Oh, you got to see Butch before I went live today? Cool. Is he playing on Wild West RP though? Oh, okay, cool. There is another Butch though. Like one or two. Yeah, that's what I thought Doc had a Butch character. Yeah, that's definitely not the Butch. No. Butch sounds like Trip, but funnier. It would be interesting to see Saffron go full outlaw, imagine. No, that'd be heartbreaking. I mean, she used to be a criminal. But that would be so sad, because like her whole redemption story would just be thrown away. And it would have to take a dark storyline to put her in that place. It would be so dark. Oh, it'd be so sad. It's so easy to go bad. Yeah, it's very easy to go bad. Which is IRL. That's the way it is IRL. But that's Saffron's entire story is about how the choices make the person. You know? Everybody has the same inclinations, but it's the choices that matter. Everybody suffers, and it's the choices and what you do with that suffering that makes the difference. Remember when Tommy threw from the bridge? I cringed and got sad and was surprised that at that moment he didn't try and kill Tommy. No, Saffron wouldn't try and kill Tommy. I mean, she would want the best for him, which would be reformation. Yeah, she was tied up. It's not like she could do anything. And no amount of begging or bargaining made any difference. They were just going to throw her off the bridge no matter what. That's because that's back when we had the glitches, where you couldn't pick up bodies or skin animals, and Classy wasn't glitched, but Moon was. I'm pretty sure that's why, anyways. I don't even know if anyone's up here. Probably not. Is it snowing up here?
My mind floats. Do I know you?
My mind, it floats. Do I know you? You asked. The stone mounds there are somehow burial sites. What wasn't he enjoying? Oh, here's the mobile butcher. I hadn't seen it before. Put my headphones around. Might reach out to Darcy. We're looking for Porter, if you can't tell. I just want to look up here. I don't think Porter will be up here. I just want to see if there's been any activity up here, because this is a very out of... he said something about that before. That's why I checked up there. Huh. Should change the phase in here, because there's a phase in here where it's just really nice and set up inside. Actually go up here? Oh, you can. Very nice. Huh. Excuse me. This house has 2 loft areas. page 11. Received urgent telegram from Josh Carter. He wanted me to meet at the cabins in the cover of night. I arrived at the torchlit area around the structures. My eyes wide in surprise. The Cutters presented me with a gift. Maynard, the black mailer, struggling, tied up, and served on a silver platter. He had to be taught a lesson, and all I could see was red. That's when Slim took over. Oh, this is from Riley's story. I only remember bits and pieces. I could see the look on Carter's face when he told me what happened. He was concerned. He told me that I tortured and questioned Maynard for hours. After we got information we wanted, Slim told the Cutters to untie him. Slim dropped a knife to his feet, holding another to her hand, and told him to prove to her that he wasn't a coward. As Slim's voice dissipated, I started to come to. The next thing I remember was waking up in a puddle of blood. My throat slit on one side. I looked up at Maynard, who was restrained by the Cutters once again. His arms and chest were covered in cuts. Pieces of his flesh hung off his body. Slim, no, we had flayed this man. They quickly knocked him out and took him back to town. He got me good. I guess he wasn't a coward after all. After some time I recovered from that incident. I was slipping. The voices were getting louder and louder. Slim was in my head constantly. I could see blood on my hands when there was none there. I was terrified, and I felt I was becoming an empty shell of my former self. What was happening to me? Go to the large boat in Thieves Landing for the next part of the story. For page 1, go to the end of the dock in Blackwater. Huh. I wonder if all those are still around. Kind of lame if people ripped them down, but people do that kind of stuff. Unfortunately. I hate that you can't get up into that house. I don't understand why Carter and his group is called the Cutters, and then you have the Cut, but they're all apparently unaffiliated? Right. Sure, bud. Cutter is probably a play on Carter's name. Yeah, good chance. It's just weird that... I feel like both of them is like, we want to be Peaky Blinders. You know, because we can cut you. Darcy.
That's a pretty horse.
Thank you. Howdy, Slick. Yeah, it's going alright. It's a little bit slow. It's weird right now, you know? Trying to see if I can find someone, but finding someone who knows their telegrams. Sorry to bother you. But do you happen to have Porter O'Neill or Darcy Dotson's telegrams?
I don't actually. I'm so sorry. I don't know who they are.
That's alright. Oh, thank you. Figured I'd ask anyways.
Yeah, no worries.
Let's check the tip line, make sure nothing's going on. What was the issue with RedM? Did they say what it was? I think CFX servers are having an issue. It tends to be a Tuesday thing, I believe. Updates and probably communication between it and Steam. Yeah. Which, coincidentally, if we go somewhere and we crash, that's kind of it for us. It's probably going to kick us out. I don't have... I mean, I guess I could look through some medical stuff, maybe, in the office. But she's not official with the Saints Crossing Health Department. So it won't be in our records, most likely. Might be something I could try. I just figured Darcy would have Porter's telegram. And someone already went and wiped Porter's telegram from records, which is really annoying. Saffron would have it somewhere. Her raffle tickets. If he bought a raffle ticket, she'll have his telegram. I'll get back to where she's staying and then check that. Music is a lot more tensiony than I thought it would be. Howdy. Howdy. Bridget, is that you? Bridget, no, I just want to ask a question. Bridget, why? Bridget, why? Really? Really? I hope this doesn't make it disappear from her. Didn't even know she was wanted. Why would she even talk to me?
You got shot.
Zana,
Day one.
thank you for the follow. That also startled me. Goodness. Yeah, TeamSpeak is still good. According to TeamSpeak, anyways. Howdy. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Bridget Davis just rode out of town, stealing my horse. Don't know where she went to.
Son of a bitch.
She was dressed very strangely. I just wanted to ask her a question. I said, Bridget, is that you? She didn't say anything. She bolted out the back door, jumped on my horse, and rode off.
Damn. Okay. I have to head up to Valentine. I have a fella's weapons,
Okay.
but I passed out and I literally just woke up.
Okay,
And
that's
he
fine.
is nowhere to be found.
Alright,
Blackwater storage is completely full.
okay, before you go, do you happen to have Porter's telegram number?
Yeah.
Could
I sent him on PB412.
PB412.
Yep.
Thank you. I'll just, I'm off duty at the moment, but I'll make a report about Bridget and everything, so don't worry about it.
Okay. I can take care of it if you want to stay off duty.
I'll go back on eventually.
Alright. I need to send it. Hang on.
Why? Can we talk? I hold a great deal of respect for you, and this decision comes as a shock.
Alright. Take care, Saffron. Howdy.
Howdy. I need a lasso. I almost said all the off-duty horses, but what I really meant was unhitched. What I really meant... Tedrick, not really Tedrick. Oh my goodness, it's so annoying when this happens. Do we have horse thievery? Do. Horse theft, 2050. Actually, it should probably be of LEO because if that's a thing. I don't think it is. Okay. Okay. Oh, it's, oh. Stolen horse, desert drifter. Some city-dressed woman just paid me to leave a stolen horse at McFarland's ranch and sent a telegram. Some whitish-gray roadster left it at the barrels. Great. Yeah. So she went out there. Wanted one for question. too. I need it. Getting what to do. Oh, someone's updating this. Or I just didn't see it. Oh, that's why. That'd be awkward, especially if the questions are asking Bridget about the other woman from the bank. Oh yeah, it probably is actually. I'll double check that. We had one identified woman who partook in this bank robbery. Yeah. We know your friend's an animal. Do you happen to have any other friends in the state who happen to be women? It's just such a funny question. Why is that still... Okay. Winters to Rhodes? Winters, mind if you come to Rhodes, we can finish that talk. If not, come to Valentine. Well, I'll try and go out and see if my horse is there, but it probably will despawn. Otherwise, it's a fun little quest. Yeah, annoyingly, it will have despawned. Well, we might as well go all the way down to Armadillo just for funsies. Armadillo for a good old-fashioned dose of PTSD. As far as torture goes, Saffron's had much, much worse. So not too PTSD off that. She didn't nearly die. She was afraid. She did get hurt. But it could have been a lot more drawn out. It could have been a lot worse. So with what she was expecting from the situation, you know, expectations versus reality really saved her from getting too much trauma from that one. Though being helpless and expecting the worst is not a good for the psyche either, so. We're currently playing out PTSD for Saffron, but for something else. There were so many people on the server earlier, and I guess the authentication issues. I don't know. There's still a lot of people on the server, though. I don't know. It's fixed now, though. Yeah. We're all the way down here. We might as well just see if there's anyone in Tumbleweed area. Could be Bridget. I might get robbed. It's fine. Yeah. I just know when I got on the server today, there was 125 people on, which I haven't seen us have that many people before. And on what? Is today a Monday or is today Tuesday? Today's Tuesday. On a Tuesday? Surprising. I hit it in the spine. Looks like it did. Great, there's Moxie. She's wanted. Might be bad people are down here. She's probably trying to decide who I am. Pavis down here though. Looks like Pavis's horse. Yeah, if she's here, it's hard to tell who's around. No kidding.
Well, first of all, just because you two were in sync, I don't want to hear about it.
Here, you don't want to do that fight with the more open area?
Yeah, we gotta do it now. I don't know. Just get probably good. On top of the roof. Oh, we've always fought on top of the
You
roof here.
could do it on the top of
Yeah,
the
no,
roof.
not here, this roof, but
That's a very good idea.
this one ought to be.
I am probably not going to win this fight.
Alright,
This is
you
gonna
both
be
need to fight on the
ridiculous.
roof with the ram. No one mess with the ram.
Is that shields? Oh my, there's so many people in there.
Yeah. Make sure
Okay.
no one messes with the ram.
I think so, anyway. Maybe not.
Oh, well, the ram's over here now.
Okay, I was wrong. There's not.
Bridget, what'd you do with my horse?
Oh.
Oh. Okay.
I just
It's
wanted to ask you a question, and then you ran out and you stole my horse for no reason.
Well, you're a lawman, right?
Off duty, aye.
Okay. Well, it's at
Where's Persephone?
McFarlane's.
Why'd you take her
It's
there?
at McFarlane's. It's nice and safe in the corral.
Uh-huh.
It got the hint.
How the hell did you come all the way out here?
Well, I was looking for somebody, and I was gonna ask you if I happen to have their telegram numbers or something like that, and then you just ran off without saying a word.
He's down there talking to
I
Bridget.
said, you asked if I was Bridget. I said no, and I
No,
ran.
you didn't say. Oh, I didn't hear a word, and then you ran away. Why'd
Oh.
you say no? Well, you're witted, aren't you?
Also, first thing we got to do is
No.
all the graves in this graveyard.
No, you're. I checked after
Oh yeah, well,
after you stole my horse.
Then why did you ask?
Because it's nice hearing it from you. That's why.
On the gunfire. 3, 2.
Anyway, it's at McFarlane's.
Great restraint, fellas.
Not bad horse. If you want, you can take mine. It's right there.
No, I grabbed a different horse and tried to pursue you, but you were already gone.
Well, okay, well, I'm wanted right now.
No, I understand that.
Okay. Well, I'm glad you understand.
No, I know. I'm not on duty at the moment, and there's, got about 8 friends here, so I'm not going to try and arrest you at the moment.
Okay.
It's sort of stupid of me, wouldn't it?
It would be. Plus, you're off duty, right? So,
Oh my God.
Aye.
you don't see anything.
Sure, let's go with that.
Yeah.
Howdy,
Question.
Moxie.
He's trying to push him off the roof.
Yeah. Yes,
Question.
what's the question?
Does this look better like this? Or like this?
Definitely the other one.
You think the other one? Because
I
I
mean,
don't
it
have.
depends.
I don't
If
have a
you-
thing in my back, if you know what I mean.
Wait, is that Croia? Is that you?
Yeah, it's me.
I didn't recognize you with the long hair. Sorry.
No, you're fine.
What are you doing down here?
It's safer down here.
Safer than from what?
What do you mean from what? Well, I guess you don't know. Because
No,
reports are
I don't know.
shit.
So
This just got really awkward.
What happened?
well, I'm asking because I care, not because I'm just some badge, I guess.
No, I know. I know you don't mean it like that. I understand that, considering that the report was pretty not informative. Not a lot of people would probably know what actually happened, so.
Which one is it?
The
Okay.
one where Mills and everybody shot at us.
Okay.
They got very insignificant charges. There was no wanted horses, no nothing.
Insignificant charges.
Well, not the charges they probably should have gotten. Either way, I was getting contacted a lot by Effie and Alice, and I thought, we tried at Amberino for a while, and then we were told that the places that we were staying at were places where they would meet, and then we were told to come over here where there were people who would look out for me.
Wait,
So
are they still coming after you for some reason?
I don't know, honestly, and I don't know. But either way, it's better this way. I'm not really wanted out there anyway, so it's fine. I haven't been checked up medically for a whole week.
Well, you're not looking too great if
No,
you don't
I'm
mind me
not.
saying that.
No, it's absolutely fine. I don't feel great at all. I'm in a lot of pain, and I'm also not feeling the best emotionally either, by my department completely turning their backs on me so easily.
What do you mean by that?
I have not received any medical attention for 5 days.
All I did was button up my collar. So just for
But it's not like they're refusing to give it to you, right?
It just goes over everything.
I mean, several people have contacted them to tell them that I needed attention, and I've, you know, I mean, a medic came over to check on Wesley and completely ignored me, so
How about my eye patch though?
it doesn't matter anyway.
But why? Why would they? Is there a reason? Wait, I don't understand.
So, I made a joke, and it was a joke, and Sheriff Cash decided to tell, to put this, to make it so it would be in a report, and to take it seriously when it was not serious at all. And because of that, I am probably going to learn certification when people in my department said much worse things and actually have done them. So I think I don't know what to do anymore. I'm just trying to recuperate, and you know, I'm on a forced leave of absence as well, and I don't know. I'm just trying to take care of myself right now because
Down there.
Are you okay? You have like your neck is like.
Aye, well that's
Did you
sort
get hurt?
Aye, well that's what happens when someone sticks hot iron to the back of your neck.
Read them like a book. It's a hard fact to fact.
What?
I wanted to start showing them, to be honest. Is your badge on?
Thorn grabbed me last night.
The outlaw life. Yeah, fights
Yes.
are unfair now. You can go ahead and do whatever you want.
What the fuck?
Pull out your shirt and put it.
You want me to leave Saffron so you guys can talk
No,
this out?
it's fine. I was just trying to figure out what's going on. I was looking for Porter. I was actually trying to find your telegram, but I couldn't find it.
LV095.
I knew it was something like that. There are
Porter
scrub
is up
porters
there, I
from
believe.
stuff.
He's having fun. I mean, Teddy looked at it last night, didn't he? He put fish skin and that burn salve of his on it.
Aye, he did.
Alright, good. You got more of it for later?
More of what?
The burn cream, you gotta put that on for the next 3 or 4 days.
You got shot.
Probably longer.
I'll probably try and check in with a medic or something. I
I'm wearing checks for the first time.
don't know.
Yeah.
You know what
Well,
else
let
helps
me know.
really well with burns?
What's that?
Mustard sauce.
That sounds
What's
painful.
with you in
It-
mustard sauce? Jesus Christ, woman.
It sounds painful,
She
but
keeps
it
bring-
isn't.
She keeps bringing
It
mustard
actually
into the
helps.
bedroom.
Are they
No,
She
I'm
does.
sorry, she does what?
She's been trying to give me Indian burns, then she puts
Get
mustard
back.
on
Oh.
it and licks it off. I hate it.
Okay, I'm gonna pretend I didn't see that.
You didn't.
She called me her little
so
wiener. I
tired,
hate it.
guys.
Ew.
I'm gonna go kill him.
Okay, we're in the chaps.
Marital bliss.
Yeah, thanks, she is. Yeah, you do. Holy shit.
Oh my god.
Is he dead?
It's
So-
lovely seeing you though.
You said
I'm
Porter's
sorry
up
what
there.
happened to you.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I can have him come down.
Fine,
let
it's
him
none of
finish
your
his fist
faults. Aye.
Not yet.
fight. Do you want me to take a look at that right now while you're here, Saffron? Or would you rather wait for, the hour for one of the other medical staff to show up?
I remember that.
Sure, you can.
Thank God for Darcy having all that
I
Right.
prefer to know that you got the care you needed now, rather than waiting, especially out here with all the dust and the sun.
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
That's right.
Does this look better
Let's just go
like
use this barrel as a
or not?
table.
Yeah. I mean, there's also the saloon or the poker table upstairs.
That's fine. I've treated a lot of injuries outdoors.
Yeah, I know you did.
Yes,
It's
Clyde.
Very obvious. Really? I'm wondering why. So I was just looking to see if you had a badge on, because if you did, I was gonna rip it off you and kick you out of the desert.
No, I don't have my badge on.
Thank you, appreciate you.
Rip it off you and kick you out of the desert.
Miss Saffron.
Cattail and mint with prickly cactus and a bit of aloe. Okay.
Oh, what's gonna? It's not like that.
Sounds something like the stuff he was talking about last night.
Yeah, they probably would.
Yeah, I got it
many
from
of-
Teddy.
how many
Teddy
are there
knows
of
his
us?
shit for burns, given,
Enough.
you know, it's his
Yeah, a little bit
specialty
too
to some
many.
degree.
I mean, I can sit out.
Alright, do I have
I'm gonna win
permission
that
to
race.
look at your neck?
Well,
Aye.
you gotta fight the fella.
Yeah, yeah.
You gotta fight for position and
You better be
that
fucking angry at him.
I'm gonna start fire.
that flower
Sounds like a good time to start fire.
pageant we're having.
Have you received any pain medication since this all happened to you?
Find sticks in the desert.
I mean, I have two like big logs on me to start a fire.
Oh
You're
yeah.
not gonna find sticks in the desert.
Oh,
Don't, just don't. You're
I'm
not
not
wearing
doing.
it.
I'm not doing anything. That's stupid.
Discombobulate, Billy.
have you
Sorry, just
received
don't
any
ask-
pain medication? Yeah.
Flip flap.
He gave me some of those tablets.
Yeah, the willow bark tablets.
Oh Jesus.
If you've eaten something now, I don't know if Darcy has any aspirin on her, but you could
I
take
do.
2 tablets of aspirin for that instead.
Have you
It's much
eaten
stronger.
today?
Have
More
I eaten?
recently, yeah.
No, I haven't eaten recently.
I can
Can we
give
borrow
you some
$8?
bone broth. It's the only thing I'm drinking, but it'll keep you full.
Sure, as long as it's
Anyone
not
have a medical
depriving
bag?
me of anything. I've got some meat I can go
No,
cook
no.
up.
No. There's plenty of bone broth in the
Sorry,
in the
sir.
saloon because I mean, oh, you don't have to pay me.
I'm
No,
gonna
no, no,
pay
no.
you.
You don't. I didn't even buy this.
No,
it was
that's
given to
fine.
me.
I don't care.
Thank you.
Good night. They're all. What do you mean I'm a mess? Up on down.
Actually, $2. I'm buying a pickaxe. I'm going to mine.
Don't call me a
Shit. They can settle out
Oh,
the
you
details
killed
of this
Annabelle?
on their own. Yeah, of
Porter,
course.
how'd you do in that?
$2.
you almost got me.
I wish things
Oh, yeah,
went the way they were.
There you go. Make sure, please, that with the aspirin, you need to make sure you've eaten. If you take these on an empty stomach, you'll get cramps and your stomach will hurt, okay?
Aye, thank you.
And if you take more later from another medic, never have more than 4 a day, and prolonged use of them can actually cause you to have a bit of bleeding.
Okay.
It's very bad for your stomach lining.
Yeah. I can give you an ulcer, which is what I have. I mean, we'd be twins, but I wouldn't wish that upon anybody.
Very loud teeth.
Do you want me to leave you two
Actually-
alone?
Mechanical almost.
Actually came down here to try and speak with Porter. Aye.
Okay.
Yeah, we
Wes
can
is
give
here
you
too
spice.
if you want. I don't know if you want to talk to him.
Well, the kid's got to catch his breath, so we got a minute.
Alright, we'll give you some space. I'll stay with Croia.
You can just
want me to
walk a little bit away from all the criminals. That'd be great. Guess all I wanted to know was why. Considering I have a great deal of respect for you, and figured that you'd surely be a sheriff one day. Oh no, I hear that you turned in your badge. And
Yeah, I thought so as well.
when I find you, you're hanging out with 2 to 3 different warrants. Tumbleweed.
I was pulled aside by Silas and Lewis, and they told me that they wanted to talk to me about my relationship with Darcy. They said that I either give up the badge and be with Darcy, or give up her and keep the badge. They said the people in the department didn't trust me. That they thought they couldn't come to me about things now because of my relationship. And that there would be no promotion on the board. There would be nobody that could come and talk to me about certain things. That there probably wouldn't even be a badge. All these things because Darcy has 2 counts of aiding and abetting. Sure, she's done other things, but...
It was pretty extreme what she did, O'Neill.
And she served her time.
Aye, but it doesn't change the fact that she did that and that there's no proof that she wouldn't do it again. It was the Lobos, O'Neill.
If we weren't in this for rehabilitation, then we're just punishers.
I never said that I'm against rehabilitation.
I never
In
said
fact,
we're either.
that is my main goal with everything.
We have to work with people then. This is the exact same thing I was doing down here with Lobos. And I was succeeding at until sheriffs came down here and fucked it up time and time again. Now, I could get past all that. They don't trust Darcy. That's fine. I understand the reasoning. But people not trusting me, that I can't get past. After what I've done in New Austin, after what the things I put on the line, being out here by myself with maybe Pavis some days, having to take on Lobos, thieves, Panthers, all of them, 15 minutes away from backup, bleeding, sweating tears, working out with our words, putting our egos on the line, all that leading to the point where people that had killed sheriffs were gone. Not only that, but I've bled, I've been tortured. I lost use of my arms. I turned in the woman I love.
I'm leaving and going to bed so you don't have to send an anon.
And apparently that was enough. Because I decided that I wanted to try to work with her and make things work, while also still being judicial about the relationship, like I've proven. But apparently that's not enough. People can't trust me now.
I
For
never
everything I
said that.
You wasn't you.
I know that. I'm just... I've always
Saffron.
believed in being the change that you want to see.
I did as well, Saffron.
And now I'm wondering what you're planning on doing next.
I'm pretty pissed. I
can see
was
that,
like
and I
you.
understand that.
I believed in rehabilitation, redemption. I believed in being the change you wanted in the department, and I fought to do those things every single time. And it got me to a point where they couldn't even trust me. Sheriffs, Pavis, someone who stood by me during the entirety of New Austin. And this is what I get. I learned during those 2 weeks that I have to care for myself. Now, there's a man underneath the badge, and other people aren't going to look out for him. So I have to. And if they can't trust me after everything I've done, then I can't move forward with the badge. Now, I need to look out for myself. I need to go with places where I can be trusted and I can progress. Things may change in the future. I don't want them to, but let's be honest, they probably will. But for once, I'm not worrying about protocol or what the sheriffs think or any of this other bullshit. Worrying that somebody's going to tell me I'm doing my job wrong when I get results every single time. No, what I'm thinking about now is I get to spend every day now with the woman I love. I get to ride around carefree, and not only that, but work to better things before, just like I did with the badge. Sure, I don't have as many utilities. And sure, it'll be a different path, but the result will be the same.
I'm not saying that you can't do good without the badge either. O'Neill. Just... guess I didn't expect to find you here hanging out with all these warrants. Just worried about your future.
Well, when the people that I've bled for almost died for multiple times. Can't trust me, but the folk behind me.
You keep saying the people, but who? Lewis and Silas?
And Paris. That's enough.
Meanwhile, Darcy was
leaders-
helping the Lobos. People who went to kill you. I don't understand, O'Neill.
The Lobos were evil. Raoul was evil. The things they did, they were evil. But they could have been saved.
I agree that everyone can be saved.
Raoul, or Felix rather, Ava, I was making progress with them.
Felix
But it was...
felt bad about what Raoul did to me. At least that's what he claimed.
I did.
That's why he was picked up alone.
You know, he was going to shoot Raoul. If Raoul drew on me in a duel, he was going to kill him.
Why'd he go die at Fort Mercer then?
Because it was still his brother.
So he'd be fine with killing his brother, but he'd
If it came to
still die alongside him. I guess I don't understand. Maybe I'm not able to understand that mindset. Okay, I just wanted to hear from your mouth, way.
I'm sorry, Saffron. I don't want to hurt any of the people in the
Well, I
department.
think that you have.
They shouldn't have hurt me then.
I just hope that you don't prove them right.
I probably will. But if I'm with people that are trusting me,
But doesn't that prove the reason for their distrust, Parker?
maybe in time.
Well, I'm sorry that we're so inconveniencing you, Clyde. It's okay, I can leave.
Saffron.
But you know, if maybe you tossed your badge away, you'd be not an inconvenience. You'd be a welcome sight.
Yeah, he is.
All right. Are both combatants ready? On the left-hand side, we have Porter, wearing a very reasonable.
I'm so annoyed because I just don't understand his reasoning in it all. Because people are questioning the obvious. It's like legit sad because he's fallen basically. He got so offended that people would be worried that him having a relationship with a criminal, someone who had acted in tandem with people who were literally making war on the law, could compromise him, you know? Like, the fact that people suggested that could be compromising, which it very much is, and always proves itself to be. And then he went and he proved them right. If I was back in them days, I would have done the same thing. I mean, you look at Rig's story, it's sort of the same, but in the end she chose Baz or the badge. Well, that's essentially what O'Neill has done here, choosing Darcy over the badge. Yeah, Molly could have been killed at knife point, somebody could have been shot by the Del Lobo. Exactly. Like, that's... Yeah, like people who... And these people were, I mean, swearing to murder the law. No, and it is that people just think, oh, it should be fine because Darcy's liked, you know. No, it's not fine. That was a huge betrayal from Darcy. Get that at the same time, making a man choose is wrong instead of trusting him. I mean, it's almost impossible for them not to be compromised if they're knowingly engaging in a relationship with a criminal. Well, he did say that they said he has to choose the badge or his relation with Darcy, but then it also sounded like he was saying that it was just there won't be promotions and certain people can't trust him with certain things, which is a reasonable like thing to say, you know? I don't know. Did she leave a detail? Doors. Okay, that's gross. Why? Maybe in his eyes, they were giving him a ultimatum. Winter Silas Emerald Patrol. It sounds like it just sucks seeing another good lawman decide to put the badge away because of personal relations that fell into unlawful. Yeah, pretty much. Like basically getting hyper offended at something and then deciding to throw it all away. Yeah, people just need to talk more. I agree. I mean, this discussion isn't really about what happened in those times or not those times. It's solely about the individuals involved, Black Cat. It's like if people talked more or communicated and didn't get all offended. Really? Why? Oh, he DM'd me. Why do you break my heart? This was such a 180 on his part. Almost seems he was looking for a reason to leave without guilt, and the sheriffs gave him a reason. Yeah, I agree. Because it is. It's deciding to just throw away everything. It's a laugh, but it's like a sad laugh, okay? You can laugh and be, you know, like, I cried real tears in that conversation, okay? It was sad. It was just, you know. Yeah, no, like I said, I mean, Warthog is... Yeah, and like poor Seth, every time she looks up to someone, they suddenly leave the law in some shape or form. Yes, that's true. Oh, well, Harper, Saffron majorly looked up to Harper. Whoops. I don't want to eat the sugar cube. Well, what we just learned from Croia was that she said as a joke, I'm going to stab Bianca. Something like that. Cash heard it. He made a report to the medical and they went after her for it. So right now it's like everyone that Saffron was kind of friends with are turning their back on the law or fighting each other in some way. Like, of her very limited friend pool already.
horse look that night?
Does she have any love interests? No. Mostly because I avoid relationship RP. It's very boring. And usually just date RP is gross. Michael was sort of interested in her. But I always tell people OC, you know, I'm like, I don't really like most relationship RP. Like, I wouldn't mind having my character in a relationship, but I don't want to do date RP. I love the idea of my character having someone to worry about and care about and vice versa, but the date RP, relationship RP is cringy. But Butch and Maeve, or Butch and Sive, people have said are some of the only couples that they could stand, but that's because date night for them was robbing a bank. Butch and Maeve is one of my favorite stories in that regard because their backstories just happen to have serious elements that were very similar and they could relate to each other really strongly. And although Maeve or Sai was just very self-loathing, didn't see any value in herself, Butch chose to see the value in her and keep showing that to her over and over and over again. My partner's character and mine are married, but that's about all we've done. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense, right? I also think it's, like, people can get weirdly attached in RP relationships. Like, OOC-ly weirdly attached. People get really weird about it, and I don't like that. And I've had in other RP scenarios where people, like, get really aggressive because my characters don't receive their advances. Like, it's really weird. Yeah, so, like, if I do relationship RP, it needs to be understood OC, like, hey, this is just for the story, and the only reason there's gonna be a relationship is because it benefits the story in some way. Yeah. And it's gonna be in the story only, not an OOC thing. That's the main reason I'm against relationship RP. I've seen it so many times. Yeah, and people get weird and aggressive and Yeah, it's, you know, and then they break up and they act like real people who've broken up, you know, suddenly they're not friends anymore. I mean, I have people who treat me weird now because Saffron used to be engaged to them. Like, it's weird, you know? So I try and avoid it. It's just better that way. Wait, what time is it? 9:22. Guys, I think I need to take a break and take the trash out. I'll be back in a few minutes.
Got started with a slip of the tongue. The world was so much older then, when you and I were young. The sunset was a ragged red. Two poets started arguing again. Mathematicians undo everything as the table starts to spin. You said in order to be an artist, you must love chaos. I disagree. You knew no honor. Your art was lawlessness. You tried to take me in, but I broke free. Let me explain it the best I can. If things look brutal, you are looking from behind. Rocks and trees we think we know so well, they all have faces that they hide. What was whispered in the basement, I'm gonna sing it from the roof. Nothing hidden will remain unknown. Light will shine in every corner of the room. You said in order to be an artist, you must love chaos. I disagree. You knew no honor. Your art was lawlessness. You tried to take me in, but I broke free. Let me lay it on the line. This all got started with a slip of the tongue. The world was so much older then, when you and I were young. The sunset was a ragged red. Two poets started arguing again. Conceited mathematicians undo everything as the table starts explain it the best I can. Things look brutal, you are looking from behind. The rocks and trees we think we know so well, they all have faces that they hide. What was whispered in the basement, I'm gonna sing it from the roof. Nothing hidden will remain unknown. The light will shine in every corner of the room. You said in order to be an artist, you must love chaos. I disagree. You knew no honor. Your art was lawlessness. You tried to take me in, but I broke free.
This is probably what played in Porter's head as he left his badge behind. Hey, Sandoneer. Long time no see. Let's go get rid of this stuff. I just don't even know what I'm on duty right now. Like, I should see if Deputy Saffron, yeah. Oh, she definitely did. You're fine. Even Big Bad Summers cried. You know what, though? That was an act. When he cried at OB's funeral, it was literally just to twist and manipulate everyone around him. He wasn't actually sad. Fun factoid. What a butt. I agree. He was incredibly manipulative. I mean, he was trying to gaslight Holly into staying with Van Horn. He did cry there, but it was probably more of like, I'm caught and going to, you know, my empire's crashed down tears. Maybe a hint of realization of, you know, I'm a complete monster. But, you know. I really should be, like, obsessively checking these corners. Because I think this is where Thorn was just, like, against the wall over here. Survival difficulty. And actually getting places feels like a legitimate achievement. That sounds kind of fun. I've never played Fallout before, so I don't know. I can't relate, but sounds like you're having fun, which is what matters. Let's see if Cash is over here. Really? Okay. Thanks, horse. Shootout in Valentine. Deputy Governor silenced a shootout with Toby whilst trying to take an alley as she is wanted. Alley was last seen going towards Blackwater. Everything is clear in Valentine. Let's see if we... Time to beg us another Scarlet character. Let's go. She's probably headed down to Thieves Landing, which no one's there because they're all in Tumbleweed. I need to get Siven with a group of scoundrels so I can RP a scoundrel like that. It's just so much more fun with a group than alone. Maybe with Clyde in them. Maybe. It's a large group, but that's... Yeah, everyone else is too cutthroat. The one problem with Clyde in them, and that the reason why... The reason why that's never really come up before is because they spend so much time down in the desert, which Sive doesn't do the desert. Like, as a character trait, she's Irish. She's very fair-skinned. She gets too hot, you know? You know, I guess I could break that. It's just, you know, I don't know. Tomato. Also, I feel bad. I know Neon Moon asked a long time ago, would I ever do an Australian? Yes, I've done an Australian before. I have an Australian accent I can use for a character. I just currently don't have an Australian character that I run. Was the desert open on WRP? Did Maeve go down there? Yeah, she went down there one time, and I rolled a D100 to see how she handled the heat, and we rolled a 4 out of 100 with 1 being the worst and 100 being the best. So she got severe heat stroke. That'll do it. At least you didn't die instantly. I mean, I could if we hit 1, it would have been spontaneous combustion, you know. So it's just been always part of the character is that she just vehemently hates the desert. Like, she went down there for Morgan once. She's been down there. She just refuses to spend any significant amount of time down there. Like, on Wild West, there was a... They called Armadillo, the saloon down there, Outlaws Rest. It wasn't really open down there. It was really... You're trying to discourage people from RPing down there. But, yeah. Did we? Yeah, maybe once. Yeah, whenever I took Maeve down to the desert, which was not often, she would wear like poofy pants and a big sombrero and like a poncho, like everything to keep the sun off and try and stay cool. I mean, like IRL as a Scottish, Irish, Norwegian, Swedish, Polish, German kind of person, I know how to try and avoid the sun. Just said extremely white. Listen, the Polish actually get some dark stuff going on. When I have not been in the sun for a lot of time, I can be very allergic to the sun and like literally break out in hives because I had too much sun exposure. But after living in the tropics for several years, my entire body got darker and I handled sun exposure just fine without burning. So it's just a matter of how I've acclimated, how my body decides to respond. I can get pretty dark when I've been in the sun a lot, but yeah, when you're mainly, you know, Celtic and Scandinavian background, you're white. For those that want to watch the Humble Bunch complain about the desert, I can show skin during the daytime and it acts as a flashbang. It's not that bad, Santanir. Actually, it might be that bad now, so after 2 years of COVID. 2 years of COVID following 5 years of the tropics. No. Actually, if I wear white, I look super tan, okay? Chill out. I'm just sad for Saffron.
Could you provide me with the main's name and telegram number for the report?
His name is Toby.
Toby? Or with an L, Toby?
Hi.
Okay. Any last name or no?
Howdy.
Howdy, Saffron.
How you going?
He also asked for a telegram if he would be willing to do.
Not very sure.
That's
kind of hear it in your voice too. Toby, do you have, what's your last name? You want me to spell it out? It's M-A-L-L-A-G-H-E-R, Malaga. M-A-L-L... A-G-H-E-R.
Double robbery and strawberry. Wouldn't it be a double strawberry? I think if anybody knows about perseverance and Saffron, though, that girl's been through it. Yes, exactly. Which is why she won't flip.
Spelling and everything. Did you get the telegram or no?
That's why she won't just flip on
What was your name?
her ego being bruised.
Sheriff of Christensen. It's very nice to meet you. I love the
She's
mustache,
worked
by the way.
really hard to get where she's at.
Right.
She's not gonna
appreciate
just
all the help, signore.
turn her
That's
back
for
on
me.
it.
Grazie mille.
She's gonna try and make stuff work as long as she can.
Howdy.
Howdy.
Are you alright?
Guess I'm still figuring that out.
Anything I can help with?
Uh-huh.
I don't think so.
Alright. Well, let me know.
Alright.
I was just down in Tumbleweed.
You went down a tumbleweed?
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
I was trying to find someone who had Porter's telegram number because it had already been scrubbed from everything.
I can't guarantee anything.
By the time I went to look for it. I guess I found him down there.
Oh, you found him? I see.
He was hanging out with a bunch of warrants. Moxie, Bridget. Didn't really check if Clyde was wanted or not.
Yeah, that's a mighty quick change of heart. What the hell?
Can I ask you something
Aye.
real quick? How many times have you chased and or apprehended Ali? Too many times for you to count, right? And okay, and
Try to come to terms with it, huh?
Guess so.
yeah, I also
Okay.
put in.
Croia was down
All
there
right,
too.
now tell me this:
Shields.
do you think that she's the type of person that can?
Darcy.
Yeah, I
gonna
might have
make it in
guessed
Sisika?
those three would be there. But Bridget Davis and
Well-
Moxie and a few others, you said?
Mm. I know they're both wanted. I didn't realize that Bridget was wanted when I tried to ask her if she had Darcy's telegram because I figured that Darcy would at least have Porter's telegram.
I see that I'm talking to her in the telegram station earlier.
Mm-hmm. That's what I saw her there. I just recognized her.
Well,
even though
I
she was
didn't
wearing a
either, so
goofy
I had to
outfit,
take
that's
that
not
chance because if she
normal
doesn't
for
know
her.
Leroy,
Most likely
I
because she's
have
wanted.
Sorry.
Right.
Just tried to speak to her and she ran off and stole my horse.
They give you much guff down there at Tumbleweed then, or?
Not too much. Clyde kept looking at me through binoculars and asking what he wanted, and he said, well, I was checking to see if you had a badge on your chest. I said, no, I'm off duty, I don't. It's good, because if you did have it on, I'd take it off your chest and drag you out of the desert. So that's, apparently that's going on. Asked Porter if he didn't think that he'd just be proving people right.
Alright. That's how it's got to be. That's how it's got
By
to be.
hanging out with the people who were trying to kill him only a few weeks ago.
Crossing.
This man is named Adam Sky.
Well,
what on earth?
His life is in my hands right now. Now where's Toby Malager?
We have him inside.
Casey and Ali, he's alive and fine. Why are you doing this?
Because I want you to take
It's
him
so
out of
much
that cell
worse.
right now.
You're making
where's
this
the
worse
logic
for
behind
everyone.
that?
All right, hold on, you two.
You ain't taking it.
Oh, all right.
That is
Nobody
already
move.
a song. Sir, can you get out of here?
Careful.
Please? Can you leave the
You
town?
alright, mister?
No,
All right.
Sorry about that. Miscalculation.
You know,
Guys,
I'm okay. I'm healthy. I'm fine. Just leave. Just go. Don't worry about me.
Oh, no. You're coming out of there.
Well, if your friend doesn't want to be jailbroken, maybe you should listen to him.
Your own friend is telling you to leave. You're making it worse for yourself. Where did you have a thought process behind this? Your
All
friend
right.
is telling you to leave and get out of here. Your own friend does not want to be broken out.
He is fine. He's all right. He has been.
Please,
He has.
just get out of here.
He has been treated by doctors. He is healthy and well. If y'all
Ali, please.
walk away right now,
going?
it's
What are you
gonna be
doing,
easier for you. Or even better, if you could turn yourselves in peaceably, it'll go even easier.
Just go. Go, guys. Get out of here. Forget about me.
Where's he going?
They're gonna send him to prison.
Okay. Now, if you don't want that man's brains on the fucking floor, you're gonna let him out right now.
All right, if that's really the direction you want to go with this.
You're making this worse.
Trust me, I'm not messing around right now.
All right.
You are
gonna get
making
him
this
longer
worse.
with Jessica.
Go ahead.
You are physically
ahead.
right now getting him longer time with Jessica.
Whoa! Who's? That's a local. Hang on. Let us deal with it.
It's a local.
Don't shoot them. Let us deal with it, please.
Well, the heck got a little.
Ali?
All right, they're just uppity about everybody having their long arms out. That's all.
Ali.
We're getting him out of the cell right now.
Please calm down.
If you could stop pointing your gun at him, no one's gonna try anything.
Ali, no one's.
Chili's out of there.
Ali, please
But
calm down.
Y'all can keep your arms out, but please don't point it at him. I don't want a misfire or anything happening, and then that's gonna be even worse for y'all.
Now keep your gun on him. All right, now he's gonna get on my horse, and we're gonna ride out of here. And you can have that man.
All right. Go ahead.
Don't try anything.
You're ready to pursue as soon as they ride? Aye.
We're going after him.
All right. Keep that gun on him until we're out of here.
So glad you're okay.
I'm getting you out of here. Okay, keep the gun on him.
Oh, okay.
Let's go.
Feel free to shoot those fuckers' horse, dude.
Yep, shoot the. If we have to, I am shooting those horses.
Saints Crossing Sheriff Department,
Saints
stop the
Crossing
horse.
Sheriff's Department, stop the horses now.
They're going up the slope. Saints Crossing Sheriff Department, stop the horse. You are making this worse.
Stop the horse now. We are not
Stop the horses.
Don't shoot.
You've got 2 people on 1 horse. That horse is going to tire out, and what are you going to do? Stop, and we will not have to shoot. Ali, stop the horse.
Stop the horse.
Nuts. Stop the horse now. They're gonna burn their horse out here in a second. All I have to do is keep mine from burning. Stop the horse.
Gun down right now. Drop the gun. Get off the horse.
Come here. Come towards me.
Congratulations. You did this yourself.
Okay.
Get off the horse.
Toby, come towards me, please. Come towards me. Walk, please. Okay, stop.
Snow, keep it covered.
Just stand there, please.
You have made
We're
some
not
really
hurting
bad
him.
decisions today.
Ellie. Ellie, why?
Toby, I'll help you up.
God damn it.
Allie, on my horse. I'll help you up.
Look at that, your friend just leaves you. Not even sure he's a friend anymore.
What kind of friend leaves both of his behind? You two have made some of the worst decisions I have seen as a lawman today.
Winters is so bad.
Oh, what happened to you?
Oh, wee bit of hot iron pressed to the back of my neck.
Really?
Well, then I can why I'd lie to you.
Sounds like a hell of a thing to happen.
Ellie, I hope you're regretting it.
You could say that.
I can promise you.
We've probably headed to an already bad day, haven't we?
When I got back to my office, Toby will tell you this himself.
My.
Look at this. And as soon as you guys are caught, your friend leaves you. What is it all worth?
I sure hope that Adam's okay after being thrown off the horse like that. Position he wouldn't have been put in the first place if you guys didn't pull that stunt.
That third was Nate Casey. He had his face covered, but I recognized
No, it was definitely Nate Casey. I believe he's already wanted, aside from that.
I didn't want him to come back.
I know, I heard you. It was something of them not to listen to you.
Toby, don't me run. Sorry, run.
Why? You weren't supposed to. You weren't supposed to.
Come on.
Are you okay?
Yes, my ass hurts, but other than that, I'm fine.
Okay.
You know, I told Toby this exact same thing. When I pulled up your paperwork
Nicely
in here,
done.
Ellie, you weren't gonna go to Sisika. None of you were. Now, you all are. Your decisions.
You can't.
Your decisions will put you in here.
Do you realize?
Just put the time on me. You don't have to send her. Just put the extra time
No,
on me.
no. She was out there threatening a man's life to get what she wanted.
Ellie, you're in this one. Toby, you're in that one.
We didn't let the scuff be what broke it, though, you know?
Jesus.
I'm gonna be patting you down. Why'd you make these decisions today, Ellie?
Here, come over here. I need to check you as well.
I just wanted to help my friends.
That's not how you help your friends. Have some pomade.
Have some
I'm gonna take a look through your notebook. Alright, come over to the bars here and I'll get you uncuffed.
I'll take care of him. Here, let me come grab it.
Okay.
No, Allie.
Here.
Okay, hand them to me, please.
You weren't meant to come back.
I didn't know what to do. Casey
meant to
wanted
come back.
Casey wanted to come back.
You should have stopped him.
I didn't know how. He was so angry.
Why?
What paperwork are you working on? Want me to add to Casey's warrant?
So he was gonna get time off for participation in a shootout. He-
How about I write up the incident of the hostage situation right there, and then I add it to Casey's warrant.
No, I didn't hurt me.
Okay.
Are you
Does
okay?
that help you?
You got shot.
Yeah, that helps.
Okay.
I'm
Toby
okay,
over
I'm
there
just,
needs to be
nothing
processed
I won't
still.
survive.
Oh, he still needs it? Well,
he has a charge for participation in a shootout for what he did. He shot at me.
I just wanted you to get out of there.
That charge, I want to reduce it.
I didn't want you to
Okay,
go
well,
to Cisco.
So
do you want to deal? That's what I'm saying. Is I don't know what you've been doing, so I need one of the people who have been dealing with him to deal with those charges.
Okay, I can.
Okay. So I'm happy to handle the incident and stuff.
Okay.
It's because of me.
I'm gonna work on the incident report for that situation right there.
Alright.
We can still cut a deal. We can still do some
If you need Adam Scott's statement, I got that as well.
You have it. Okay.
Yeah.
You want to just paste it in here
I'll-
once I've.
Yeah, I'll,
Mhm.
I'll write it in there when
It's over for me. I'm going.
when you're done with it.
No doubt about it. Gone. But you might not. Maybe there's something I can say. It ain't a place for you, Ellie.
But you're hurt.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
I'll be right back.
Why? Why does it do this to me? It's so maddening.
Oh, Branch is gonna be jealous.
Ellie, could you come over here, please? Here is your journal back. He'll be fine. He got treated. Yeah, he got treated by a doctor. You know, I really don't enjoy having to shoot at people, Ellie. But in situations like that, I don't have a choice. After I started chasing you, he started to shoot at me. So I turned around and I shot him down. No, I didn't shoot at you. You didn't shoot at me. Why would I shoot at you? I was scared. He could have hit me. He could have hit you. He said he was trying to miss, but that's the same thing that you said you were doing the last time. With DeMonte. You remember that? Do you remember what I said to you? What happens if you miss? And you don't miss? It only takes one bullet. He could have hit you with a stray bullet. Well, he sure tried today. Alright, I'll be with you in a moment. Saffron, do you have the charges figured out for Allie and Nate Casey yet?
Very nearly. It's gonna be hostage taken and facilitating an escape from jail.
Okay. Right.
One moment. Let me just add it up, and I'll have it for you.
I was just trying to get their attention back on me.
So I said the other day, if you shoot, they're gonna shoot you.
Yeah, I figured that out the hard way.
Oh,
I
kidnapping's
wanna
supposed to be added on top of
but I didn't
hostage
want
taking.
to, 'cause I felt like if I did, then everything would be all for nothing. So I just kept writing. But I was so right, Toby.
Why did he tell you to come back?
585.
Casey wanted to. No, he doesn't.
What are you saying over there?
We just want. He's saying Casey just wants blood. Casey just want to help Toby.
Don't talk like you know the first thing about us, Winners.
Both of you and Nate Casey have both shot at me.
Ollie, where did you guys pick up? Where did you pick up Sky?
Just outside of Valentine.
Okay.
Don't talk about him like you're saying he just wants blood. It ain't for no reason. So well, I can tell you why I did. I'm not about to speak for other people. So you'd come back to me instead of going after Ellie. And I was in your general direction. If I wanted to, I could have just kept shooting you. But I didn't.
Howdy.
I understand
Okay, Christensen.
we just need to work something out here.
So I see that in the penal code it says that
How do we sort this
kidnapping may
out
be
with
added on top of
Ellie?
hostage
How does she not
taken
go to Sisika?
after the hostage is transported a significant distance.
He wasn't.
So he was
taken.
just outside of Valentine.
Yeah,
we
he
were gonna
was
call
in
that just
Valentine
outside.
Telegram, yeah.
Okay, so we'll just call it hostage taken and facilitating an escape from jail.
Well, that's there and then. This is here and now. I'm asking what I
for
can- what
Ali
can we do
and
so she doesn't
Nate.
have to go now.
Yep.
Okay.
And
Just
she
send me-
has a.
I'm okay with going. Just
I don't
send
know
me
if it's
the-
gotten
just
written in
give-
yet. I was
cut us
working on
some
it when
leniency.
this all kicked off.
Cut us some
fleeing and
leniency.
eluding from
That's all I'm
earlier
asking.
as well. If that's not added.
Oh, fleeing and eluding. I guess they get fleeing and eluding from this one too. Huh?
I don't know. Is there a heart
Or is that
behind
under?
badge?
Is
Just
that
give
under
something.
facilitating an
That's-
escape?
That would be in facilitating, yeah.
Okay.
Because it's assumed that they would flee from it.
No, she has fleeing and eluding from earlier. Okay, I haven't. I'm just writing
What
the
do you want?
instant. I'll look and. Does she have a wanted out already?
Yeah, she's
Okay.
she was already wanted. That's why she was being brought in originally.
Okay. Aye.
If it means giving me extra time,
Wait, what does he want? Toby.
what do you want? All right. All right. I'll tell you any crime, all the crimes I've committed, or any that I can remember, and she won't go.
No,
Okay.
Can he do that?
So you'll
What's it
what
do?
will you do for her? You'll shave off some time for her.
He's
You
saying
won't make her go-
he's
she
trying
won't
to
go
keep
to
Ali from going to Sisika.
All right, you promise me you'll see what you
She's
can
got quite a bit of time. And honestly, I think people have
Talk to
been
your sheriff
working
and
really
come back
hard
to
to
me.
keep her out of Sisika, and she keeps on doing stuff.
Yeah.
I don't think that it's appropriate to try and keep her out of Sisika at this point.
All right. Let's see what we got.
No, it's not okay. You're not going.
Do you want to come
You're not
over
going.
and
It can't be for
have a
nothing. It
conversation
can't
with
be
Toby?
for nothing. All right.
He wants to keep Ali out of Sisika.
You're not joining me in there.
I have put a note in her paperwork already that I
can't-
think she needs to go to Sisika.
That's what I was just saying. I think so as well.
At this point,
Can't be for nothing.
they've tried enough shenanigans this evening. After being olive, they would offer the olive branch, and now they're gonna get the stick.
She's got a charge of torture in here.
Yeah. Yep.
So
Yep.
I don't think that you should be able to get out of Sisika for that sort of stuff.
If you need me, I can come over and tell them that's what's going on. But that's
Yeah, I think that would be for the best.
All right. Let's see here.
Yeah, I'll keep a description and I'll.
What do you got for me?
Well, more sure we can check over there, but.
So what were you all
and then
talking
the
about over
fact,
here? I didn't.
So
nothing we have.
I'm willing to admit to some crimes if it means her getting not going to Sisika. That's all I ask. You can give as much time as you want. Just no Sisika.
Well, I'm a deputy Snow.
See, the problem is, let's have a look.
Let me finish updating it. Okay. You should be able to look at it now.
Yep. Yeah. No. Okay.
The problem is
here's the problem I'm having with all this.
And thank you
At the start of all of this, at the start of this, I offered y'all the olive branch. All right. I even made a deal to have the deputies come over to the office, look at the charges, and then come back down to negotiate with you. Instead of just cuffing you, hog tying you, or dragging you up here. And I was rewarded instead when I acted in good faith with a shootout, and then a hostage situation, and a jailbreak.
105 and
Those are all you're ruining all your goodwill with me.
I didn't want any of that. That wasn't supposed to happen.
At the end of the day, I'm sorry, ma'am, but the folks you're associating with are making some choices for you that are. You maybe should think about who you're associating with if you don't want to end up in this situation.
What's your name, sir, in front of me?
Sheriff Christensen.
Sheriff Christensen, there is a psychopath in there that you'd be sending her to if you put her in there.
Who?
Leroy.
So
you can't send.
Oh,
Are you aware that there are prison guards there in Sisika that keep some semblance
If
of
she
order?
wants to be in
I understand
solitary,
that.
if she wants to be in solitary, that can possibly be arranged with the wardens. But just because there's someone else in that prison, does not exempt her from going.
He has it out for her.
And that's why she could be kept in solitary, away from all other contact.
This fella drew a stake into a guy's leg and killed him just for the giggles.
We'll be there together.
Aye, we tend to send bad people to Sisika.
So, if y'all had issues with that prior to all this going on, maybe that should have been brought up instead of firing at deputies, arranging kidnappings, arranging escapes, etc. Again, the olive branch was offered.
So that's that then. You're telling me there's nothing?
What do you want us to do, Toby? You broke our trust.
Nothing whatsoever?
See, what I'm having a problem with here is trust in Olive Branch was given, and it was spat in my face twice in one evening. So, you know, I just don't want to tell you.
I don't know what to tell you either.
Silas, can I speak to you?
Decisions have consequences, Toby. That goes for you too, Allie.
Yeah, I know.
Then you should have stayed. Should have came back. Rather than riding off and going to get Casey and picking up a hostage. Should have just came back. But you didn't.
You're putting her in there with a man that wants to kill her.
Solitary confinement. This has already been discussed with you.
Yep. We do what we can to keep people safe. The Sisika guards aren't interested in allowing prisoners to harm other prisoners either.
Yeah, but things happen in Sisika.
And they can do a lot more about that sort of stuff than we can here when you go around getting yourself in trouble with different groups.
Well, I just hope you'll better hope that he doesn't hurt her in there.
I do hope that he doesn't hurt her in there, and I don't think that he'll have the opportunity.
We all hope that, Toby. The last thing we want is for somebody to get hurt that we put in Sisika. It's not why we put people there.
Howdy.
Okay. I think I've got her paperwork done and Casey's.
Okay. We need to. Do we have enough for a transport?
Yeah, that's enough.
I think so. Aye.
All right, let's get a transport set up then.
I'll go get the wagon.
Oh, okay.
Unless you really want to, Snow, that's fine.
No, it's fine.
It's okay.
Ellie.
Oh.
So nice now that horses aren't broken. They were broken. Oh, now I know what you're saying by sounds so dirty. Yeah, that's the Valentine mud for you. That's not what I wanted. There we go. Yep, actions have consequences. Every day I'm arresting a scarlet criminal. Okay. Right, we've got the wagon ready.
I didn't know Interesting. You know what he did to her, right?
Yeah, and he faced charges for it too. His justice has already been served. We got justice for Allie. And now...
No. We
now
got
she's
justice
gonna
for Ellie.
Face that justice too.
Who did that to you?
Sorry?
Who did that to you?
What, this? On my neck?
Mm-hmm.
Why are you
Yeah.
asking?
I don't know. I'm just curious.
Bad person who's not going to be on the run for much longer.
I've heard of a lot of things, but stoves is new to me.
Sorry?
I've heard of a lot of things, but stove. You said something about a stove on the back of your neck?
No.
Oh.
Hot iron.
Yeah. Well, that's new to me too.
Is everything okay?
Okay.
Art, is everything okay?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Can you run down the top?
Alright, I think we're ready to bring them out the back. Alright, I'll need you to turn around.
Yep.
Ellie, come to the bars. Turn around, please.
Do you think I could maybe have some water before we go?
What's that?
Can
What's
I
that?
give you $14 and melt down your knives and your lasso?
1 second.
Yeah, sure. I don't really care about that stuff anyway.
Okay.
More money
thank
for
you.
me.
Do you have a canteen, Ellie?
Yeah, but it's got water in it.
I figured I'd ask. I don't know if they were sentimental or not.
Nah,
We
they're
trade.
not.
Aye.
Thank you.
Like,
Yeah, go ahead and take your drink and then
Okay, I'm ready.
Allie, can I give you $7 and melt down your knife and throw out your lasso? Do you mind that?
Yeah, I don't care.
All right. Thank you.
you want me to come out?
just one moment. Wait till he's ready.
There you go.
Alright. Am I
Okay.
good to take them both?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Out this way. Where'd Branch go to?
He's in the office.
Is he coming or is he staying?
Yeah, he should be coming.
Alright. Do you
It's
need help
okay.
up?
All right, I'll give you a hand up. Ready? 1, 2, 3.
Two on horseback at least.
Okay.
Do you want to take your
I can
horse?
go on a horse. It's fine.
All right.
I can as well.
What's the sigh for, folk? Angsty criminals.
Through the swamps or through the roads, Sheriff?
Let's go past the manor.
So through the swamps.
Oh!
What?
Oh my god.
Are you?
Fire, we're fine.
Oh, I didn't even hear anything.
Please don't blame yourself for this, Toby.
Another day, another Sisika transport.
It was my choice to run away. My choice to come back.
Whose horse is that up there? Is that Casey's?
That's my horse.
It does
That's
look
your
like your horse.
There was a telegram possibly about that snow.
Someone took my horse? Oh. I think someone stole my horse and it ran next to Staples.
Okay then.
I feel bad. Wait, let me go get it. Let me get up there and get it. I'm going up there and get it.
Angsty Crims also, didn't he mention your slash me on my neck? Yes.
I don't understand how we all got charged for torture.
Well, apparently being there is the same as actually.
Aye. When you participate in a group that does something like that, everyone gets charged for it.
Even if you didn't know they were gonna do it.
Yes, that is complacency.
Aye. If you didn't go and run and report it and let us know exactly who did it and everything immediately afterwards, aye.
Or leave.
So
Aye.
reporting it makes it okay?
No,
Yes,
it doesn't make it okay.
Well,
it removes the charge from yourself and places it onto the individuals. Removing yourself from the situation means that you're not participating and you are not condoning the actions that are taking place.
But I did leave. I went straight back to where he was.
Yes, but you didn't tell us about it.
But I got him.
And when I reached out to you in a telegram to try to get you to come in and give me a statement, you ignored me. It was your choice.
I told you I couldn't have written all of that in the telegram.
We're always willing to work with you, but you have to work with us. It's a two-way street.
Mysterious ways.
It might be mysterious, but we're open about it if you talk to us about the things that you do. The more you give us conversation, the more we're going to give you.
Well, I tried.
The more lenient we're going to be.
I tried with Ali. I got knocked down pretty quick, I guess.
Well,
Right?
with the charges that she has, we can't not send her to Sisika.
I have... None of us likely know. I mean, I'll let Silas and Mitchell and...
I'm
Grant
sorry,
answer
what was the
themselves.
question? I'm having a hard time hearing people.
Wondering about Leroy. Now, I have not met Mr. Leroy.
Wait, who's that?
I know who Leroy
Does
is.
he use a different name?
Leroy the Clown.
He was part of McLeod's circus.
I see.
He killed my friend right from me.
He killed Winston.
I don't want to go to solitary though. Toby, you're in there. We'll be fine.
Alright. What even is solitary? Just gonna shove her in a small room? Is that what it is?
I mean, that
It's
is
a group of cells that
solitary is.
are separate from the rest of the populace. Yes, it's not a large cell. It's not, it's not a luxury hotel or anything like that. But it is safer than wandering around the general courtyard. Now, the general courtyard also does have guards guarding it. Big L among them.
Why are they gonna shoot my hair off?
They might.
Unlikely, I think.
I don't know if they do or not.
You're not gonna have a choice.
I haven't really seen them do it to women, so. Grant, you just ran over that turkey.
I got him.
What about Wayne? Is he in there?
What about who?
Wayne, is he in there?
Good question. I don't think so.
Tying someone up against their will and dragging them out in the middle of nowhere after gunning.
His charges will be served. They may have already been served.
Yeah, I'm not sure if they have or not.
We don't always know exactly what.
I cannot disclose the information to you.
Probably told you a bunch of lies. You know he followed me?
What's happening? Hang on.
Not sure.
What's going on? Was there a
I don't know what
cougar?
happened.
What?
I think it might have been a cougar. Yeah.
Where'd Winters go?
Up here.
He disappeared and then there's a gunshot.
Winters?
Winters?
Here's his horse. I saw him like his horse go up the tree fully, so I think he might
Maybe he
have
had a headache. Alright, I'll go back and let them know. You wait for him. Or not. Wow, everyone disappeared really fast.
What's going on back there?
We think that Winters might have had a headache.
Okay.
Or there was a cougar. Panther. Not quite sure. Snow's waiting to see if... Snow's trying to figure it out. I mean, if you want to, we can just move around to the docks just as three and...
No.
Okay, do you want me to ride back to them?
Well, I mean, there's only one way to come over here, from the way we came, so I imagine they would come this way.
You couldn't tell if it was a cougar if he had a headache?
It was probably a headache.
It was probably a headache. It was very strange, but there was a gunshot, so...
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's curious.
His horse was just standing over there, and Snow said he saw something strange, so...
If his horse was standing, it wasn't a cougar then. Cougars scare horses to death. The horse would run.
And Winters tends to have headaches, so it would make sense.
Does anyone else see that right there?
See what?
Yeah.
A crocodile?
Croc in the middle of the road up there.
No, I don't see that. Maybe I'm too high up.
So he got charged for that. So I tied him up just to take his gun with him safely. And then I cut him free. And then I got on my horse and rode away. And he ran to his horse, got a gun, and started chasing after me for a long way, shooting at me. And I didn't fire a single shot at him. I was trying to get away. And then
I'll state it this way for you. Chasing somebody down after any incident and firing at them, especially in this case, is a form of vigilantism, which is not tolerated by anybody.
It's charged very harshly.
Okay. What about taking me to a house and tying me up there while I was bleeding instead of taking me to the doctor?
I want to hear this conversation. They're going too fast. Charlie White.
I have no clue.
We're really just booking it through the streets, aren't
we?
Yeah, I don't know what's going on.
People like us, though.
People like us? What do you mean by people like us?
It means what it sounds like.
Alright, y'all can stand up.
We bumped heads.
Walk towards docks, please.
I don't know where to go.
Walk straight ahead.
This way.
Winter's alright. Don't need that. I'm just a criminal. I took it wrong.
How did she take it wrong?
I told her that I was not going to change her. It's not my job.
Had that was Toby and Allie Chase.
I got.
Okay.
No, it's okay.
Sorry.
I haven't told either of you this. I am under maritime law captain because the last time I was on a boat, I got stranded on an island for a week.
This could be interesting.
For a week?
So how does that make you a captain? I'm confused.
I found a shipwreck, and I claimed it as my own.
I don't think that makes you a captain.
So we're meant to call you captain.
Deputy captain, unofficial.
I think captain deputy makes more sense. But
Captain
okay.
deputy?
Mm-hmm.
Then
I'm
why aren't
not
you
calling
driving
you
the boat?
I am that.
Captain
Yeah,
Deputy
exactly.
What?
Why are you driving the boat?
That's a well. This isn't my ship.
The captain doesn't necessarily drive the boat. He just sort of is in charge of it.
Right. Well, the more you know.
I used the clips for this. It was hilarious.
Is this like a really
Is that the
as
Wally
bad
kid
as
again?
what they say?
It's worse.
Sisika is not meant to be a nice
trying
place.
To scare you.
I don't think
really
he's
not.
trying to scare her. No. Sisika, were a nice place, it wouldn't be incentive to not do the wrong thing.
They give you food, right?
Yes, they do.
Surely.
Water. They're not gonna beat us up or anything like that, are they?
Well, hopefully not.
They really shouldn't
What do you
unless
mean,
you're
hopefully
doing
not?
something.
Shouldn't, yeah.
Well, if you're doing stuff, if you're misbehaving and causing trouble, then I can't promise you anything. But if you're behaving, then no, you're gonna be fine.
What about the other people in there?
There's
Have you
guards.
never been to Cisco?
No.
No. Yeah, it's not as bad as everyone makes it. It's pretty bad. It's very bad, actually. It's not you don't have to be so scared. As long as you're nice and behaving and you are cordial to everyone, you won't have any problems there.
I'm really scared.
Does he really think he's a captain over there with his hands on his hips? Look at him, he's really into it, I can tell.
I don't know. Does he think he's a captain over there?
I am a captain under maritime law.
Of course.
I mean, look at that stance. It says, "I'm the captain now."
Whatever helps you sleep at night, buddy.
I think it says somebody pushed me off the boat.
I am the captain.
That would be very unprofessional of me to do.
That how he got stranded in the first place? You kicked him off.
No, I was not involved in that situation. Captain Deputy Winter.
You know, I did wake up in the water. They left me another boat, but it sank shortly after. Maybe they put holes in it. I don't know.
Or maybe you're just not a very good captain, Captain
They
Deputy.
left you on an island and put holes in the boat.
Maybe? I don't
Who
know.
are you mean to? Because I know you like to be mean to people sometimes.
Mean? What?
You called me ugly.
Wow.
No.
Wow.
Low blow there.
You are blowing this out of proportion.
Untrue and low blow.
Winter, you're just looking so painfully like Marty with your hands on your hips like that.
You said you judge people on their personality. You judge their looks on their personalities, and I've got an ugly
And
personality.
character.
Oh,
I mean,
Rance, this is
when
going
you're
to be
doing
tough one
crime,
for you.
do you think that I'm going to be attracted to you?
Ew.
Well, that's normally what that entails,
Oh,
correct?
you guys might have to take a little
I
walk
don't know
here.
what you're. You said I got an ugly personality.
Well, you do crime. Regularly.
Well, close enough.
You told me you
Yeah.
had a moonshine syndicate.
I didn't tell you that.
Moonshine
What are you talking
Syndicate?
about?
Alright.
Ah, excellent. Just what I want to do.
Oh, I was that guy earlier.
That was Branch who was driving. Branch should know. Oh look, there's a welcoming party.
Who are those?
Well, I'm not quite sure who that is. Could be DeMonte and not quite sure. Howdy.
Hello.
Who's that up there?
Hey, DeMonte.
Well, I know DeMonte, but I don't know the other fella, I don't think.
Hi.
Snow, how you doing?
I'm Jude. Hello.
Jude, how'd you end up here?
Why don't you just come in here and just come say hi?
Jude, how did you end up here? I've never seen you here.
What?
How long are you in here for?
Life?
Oh, okay.
This is where I live now.
What you do, like some tax evasion or something?
No, there's a record on me. You need to look it up.
I know I recognize the insanity.
Why don't you just come in?
We are coming in. We're waiting for the prisoners.
He's creepily looking at me with binoculars.
Get a good look, Winters?
I don't hear Ian unless, I don't know.
Come on. Go inside. I don't know the answer.
What's happening? Where are people not coming inside?
I think she's afraid of DeMonte, maybe?
Again, coming to Siska as a consequence of what she's been doing. So.
Yeah.
Hi.
Okay, I'm gonna search the both of you one last time. So
How long have I been in here? Like January-ish?
Oh wow. Okay.
All right.
That's a lot of people been in here.
I see, like asleep in your cell most of the time.
Yeah, I was in solitary for like 2 months.
Oh, good.
Having to listen to,
All right, I'll get those cuffs off.
Gavin Summers just yelling at the rats. It was terrible.
There you are. Oh, yep.
He's just down the hall from me. It was terrible.
Fresh Sessica water.
What did you do to get in here, Jude?
Maybe not so fresh.
Mostly moonshining. Then I accidentally killed somebody.
Oh wow, you killed someone.
Okay, let's go
I
ahead
hit him
and
with a
get
wagon.
the two of you processed.
Oh, wow.
I
Saffron,
don't
could you
even
take
know how long
Ellie?
I'm going for.
Okay.
How much time
Toby, just
served
over
are we
here.
doing on this?
Unfortunate.
Let's do 40 days. 45.
Oh, a whole lot. Like it was more than just a normal cart.
Thank you.
Oh wow. You have like a problem with it or something? Like addicted?
Well, no, it's just I needed money.
Oh, correction, Saffron. I did 55 for Toby.
55?
Yep.
What they're looking at?
Okay, so Toby, today you're going to be under arrest for kidnapping, torture, robbery under $250, and participation in a shootout. Prior to time served, you would have been serving 205 days with a fine of $420.
Oh, God, that's so long.
However, after time served, you will be serving $150, or 150 days, $420 fine.
Yeah, I guess that's how it's got to be, eh?
So you killed someone. Accident with a moonshine.
Ollie?
Yeah.
Similarly, you are under arrest for kidnapping, torture, robbery under $250, hostage taking, facilitating an escape from jail, and fleeing looting. That's a total of 205 days and a fine of $535. with time served, that brings you down to 150 days. And I'm gonna round. I'm gonna. I'm gonna round your fine down.
It's gonna be okay.
All right, Toby.
To 500.
Guards are here for you.
Guards.
Hey, Ali, come here,
take me
please.
Yeah, yeah, you're welcome. Come on, yeah, you can have fun. Yeah, it's all you, all you.
Who are they? Julian, who are they?
Oh, Winters, don't do it. Winters, don't do it.
Right, the guard's gonna come for you. Ali, good luck.
Ellie, you'll be fine. Jude is a great guy.
You. What's your name?
Jude.
Yeah, Jude the guy with the orange
Yeah,
right
I'm
there.
usually in solitary, but I let me out today, so I was being good.
Okay. And you are DeMonte, right?
Guilty, which is why I'm in here.
You know.
Hi.
I thought you looked
Howdy.
familiar in Saint Denis, but you shaved your beard.
You guys almost caught me there. Turns out it was she who caught me.
Huh?
Telling Winters he almost caught me in Saint Denis, but turns out it was you who caught me.
Why? Well, you'd spoken to me.
How have you been?
People go.
Been okay.
Probably better than you.
I don't know. 3 square meals a day, place to sleep, exercise.
You get 3? I only get 1. What the fuck?
You said that you were speaking with a counselor?
I'm still
DeMonte.
waiting to hear from them. Last I heard, they said make an appointment. I said I'm free whenever you are. I got nothing but time, and I have not heard from them since.
Oh, that was a good pun. Nothing but time.
Aye. It still might be good to give him a specific range.
I don't get it. What the part? What's the part that's the pun? Is it like the butt part?
No.
Did you make a
it's
butt
not.
joke?
I did not make a butt joke.
Jude,
Why
you
don't
made
you
a
go?
butt
Why
joke.
don't you go practice being a weasel somewhere?
Okay, I gotta do my laps anyway. All right. Running on the ramparts. Here I go.
I had actually just sent one to Michael Mott less than an hour ago, so hopefully he gets back to me.
Aye, hopefully.
We must be moseying back.
Aye.
Do we want to give them the tour? I don't really trust DeMonte to.
Neither of them been here before?
Nope. Well, Toby might have, actually. I don't know. No, I don't think he has.
Sure. We can make sure they know where everything is.
Okay. Should be...
If they're gonna come up from downstairs.
Yeah. All right. Are you ready for your Sisika tour?
Yeah.
Yeah. What's
Okay.
that noise? Oh God.
So,
He's just
annoying.
running around.
I assume you are already acquainted with your sleeping area. That there is the barber. He will cut your hair and that kind of thing.
Yeah, as
That's the
Enrique, he'll
warden's
shave it all
office.
off.
I believe there are mines down there. Potato fields are just out that way, out that door. Those doors are unlocked. However, those front doors right behind you, those stay locked. Just this way.
Wait, why am I going on the tour? I already know where everything is.
I mean, you can if you want.
Actually,
Hey, PC.
Deputies, can I go along with it? Cause I got the tour, but I want.
We're debating if that guy behind us
sure.
is an Ian character or not.
Who are you?
I'm Jude. Hi.
Okay, this fella here will sell you various different things,
Hi, Sammy.
including food, I believe.
Give me the beans, Sammy.
That fella there, he'll take your telegrams. Just keep in mind that anything that you send out of here will be more than likely read, considering it is a maximum security prison.
More like Goosey. Yeah, it does kind of sound like Goosey.
Yeah, that's why. That's why I always telegram butts. Haha.
All right, then just this way.
No low ledge, I leave you that.
Yeah. I don't send those anyway.
All right, just in there is a changing room. If you don't have enough money for your uniform, I can spot you a few dollars.
This is where we change.
Yep, just in there.
Okay.
Okay.
Do both of you have enough money for your uniforms? They're not state funded.
How much is it?
$50.
$50. Jesus,
Yeah,
I've got.
$50.
Well, we can see in your pockets. So
Yeah. It's best not to lie to us.
I've got $50.
Okay. Ellie, do you have $50?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, they'll get you fitted, and good luck.
I like this new outfit. Or just one I haven't seen, maybe.
Thank you. No, I just made it this morning.
Yeah, I've had creativity like that.
Hopefully you find a way to bide your time.
Yep. Potatoes.
Yeah, I've been spending my time in the
trying
mines.
to get out of here?
What?
Are we gonna try and get out of here? Like,
What do you mean try to get out of here?
Like, talk to the law or something? The court maybe get you like parole?
What is he in here for?
Moonshine mostly. You can leave me out if you want to. I'm pretty sure there's a record.
Do you have a life sentence for moonshining?
I did a lot of it. Wow, the clipboard simultaneously. That was amazing. Oh wow, 3. Oh, I feel real special.
Is Jude your real name? I don't.
Oh, Judas. Sorry. Judas.
Judas Jude Saren?
Yep, that's me.
You're arrested on the 9th?
Yep.
I can't open it.
Oh,
wow.
Spell your name for me one more time.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
No, it says life.
Yep.
I don't. Oh, it's probably archived, isn't it? The archived papers.
Operating
Could you
unlicensed
spell your name for me one
still
more time?
×2, position of contraband, moonshine cart ×17.
SEREN.
Possession of stolen property, public indecency, reckless behavior, arson,
Hello.
destruction of
I'm
evidence
Jude.
left under 250, theft over 500,
Hi.
weapons trafficking, fleeing and eluding,
I
assault
live
of a
here.
deadly weapon against a peace officer, and manslaughter. What?
Yeah, you were arrested on the 9th. You told me you were arrested in January.
Felt like it. I don't know. I thought there was snow, or maybe it wasn't snow, or maybe I was drunk. I don't know.
Well, there certainly can be snow on
Jesus
Mars.
Christ.
Holy shit.
I thought
shit.
I.
All right. I'm guessing it was more than just moonshining.
I mean, that was mostly moonshine, but
He said he accidentally killed a man too.
Yeah. Bang bang. Well, no, not really. I ran him over.
I think get life from moonshining
Do you
and
see these
manslaughter.
numbers?
My God. Silas, have you seen these?
Yes, I've seen them.
take that, lawful order.
Okay.
I did that. Hello.
At least you're honest.
Yeah.
Oh, well.
Hey, what sort of person
he's
runs
not-
someone over with a moonshine cart?
I didn't mean to do it. He was standing on the road.
Yeah, I've met a few that run folks over moonshine carts. Yeah.
I mean, I stopped. Yeah, I was like, "Are you okay, buddy?" He wasn't breathing.
That's a good question.
And the wheel was on his face.
All right. Well.
Mm-hmm.
I think they just put that down.
Yeah, behave yourselves, fellas.
I consider it as also deadly. Yeah.
It's a good outfit.
You make the attempt to run me over. What if it's an accidental running you over with a cart? Like, calm down. How are you doing, Charlie?
Eh.
I got your telegram, by the way. Snow just didn't respond. It's your, not your
What was
fault.
my telegram?
Didn't you telegram me?
Oh yeah, I did. That was earlier. I remember.
Can I lean against this while we're underway?
Mm-hmm. You're gonna burn yourself if you lean on it, though.
I'll be fine. It's wood, so most of it.
Wood and brass, and there's steam inside.
Aye, well, I'm not going to touch the brass bit. I'll lean very carefully. Really, Winters?
I take my role of captain very seriously.
So, you're the captain now.
I am the captain now.
Snow, you can take notes from Branch on navigating the waters.
Whoa!
Wow.
I love this track so much.
Well, do you want to go up to Annisburg?
What for?
Annisburg?
That's where Nate Casey was last seen.
Oh.
Heading there, that direction.
Maybe we could. We should check the tip line and stuff though first. Make sure you're clocking back on.
Did you just see that?
What? What? See
That lightning strike.
Where?
It struck literally right there.
Okay.
Jesus Christ.
Right, we're going back towards the office
to see what's going on.
Hey. Howdy.
Oh, my head. You destroyed me. I mean, it's a consequence of your actions, I guess. Seeing how they affect others. I'm sorry, but also not sorry. Because I was crying during that conversation. Oh, is that what he saw right there? Oh my goodness. That's terrifying. No wonder he was freaking out. I mean, it might be what's good for Porter's story. Definitely not what's best for Porter as a person.
Okay, it's not that long. Okay.
No, it's not horribly long.
Alright, then we can talk about it on the way. I think that might be. It looks like it's picking up. We're talking about whatever the road's house. I think it's called. I don't know what it's called nowadays.
I'm not sure actually. I know Amber Sage is running a cafe or something out of the back of it, but I'm not sure who's running the main establishment at this point.
Alright, fair enough.
Huh. Okay. Totally normal. Just 2 of my horses.
Cash. Cash into Ansper from Blackburn.
Oh, let's see here. Might be, what's his name? Nate Casey. He was the fella that tried breaking him out earlier. Yeah. Is that what he was wearing? Y'all remember?
I remembered he was wearing
the blue mask.
a flat-brimmed cap and a blue, the blue bandana. It's mainly what I remember.
Cash is heading up to Annisburg. Reports of folks seeing him up there.
Okay.
Well,
I'm happy to go up there too. Aye.
I'll go up there. We can talk another time.
All right, I'll let you all head that way.
Okay.
I'm heading to bed. Cash will be up there probably to meet you.
Oh, good night.
Where we go?
Annisburg.
Yes.
At least that's where I'm going.
Aye.
Yeah, okay.
I think we're all going up there.
Let's go this way to your exit. Go right here.
100% confirmation Judas Ian knew it, but yeah. He must have made a lifer. That's so funny.
So that tip said that he was coming to town, or in and out of town from the west?
He was coming from Blackwater.
Okay.
Hey, Ian. We're just so shocked to hear life sentence and like moonshining. And then my comment was Silas. Man, there's people around here who'd run people over with moonshine carts. Take that, lawful order! And take that, lawful order! And another one! I think I'm just gonna say that every time I run over a lawman with a moonshine cart. I'm way too easily amused by this sort of stuff. It's just a beautiful thing to see in a report. Sive ran over so-and-so and said, take that, like, I love it. I love it when reports are just kind of funny, you know? Like, it gives those little details. What formation is this? This drives me crazy. Possession of the moonshine cart times 17. Huh?
You good?
I'm not sure.
Okay, I'm good.
You get to sit in there and meet all the people who want to come after me for doing my job, Ian. Because right now the list keeps growing, I guess.
Watch for cougars.
More up north. They're fine here. Yours more up north to the east, on the hill.
I have to get Sai friends who will help her with that stuff again. Right now, nobody pursues moonshine runs because it's too vague. Like, you never know. Like, there's a whole bunch of ones where they could all be coming. It's like they could come from 3 different places and head, and yeah, it's just almost impossible to catch them unless they're trying to get caught. And then I literally go through the most obvious route I possibly can, and still no one shows up. Like, I go out there just to try and spook my chair.
Alright,
But I never see him. Well, that was a good end to my night to get to do that. I'm glad. Yeah, people in my chat recognize you. I don't recognize people with different voices. I've noticed that. Everyone else around me is like, that's so-and-so. And I'm like, is it? Went from exact location to too vague. Come on, need to meet in the middle. Yeah, with the moonshine alerts. That's what I feel too, yeah. What? What are you saying? Humble... what? What are you... you're trying to say humble... Simmer there. It's doing that thing. Are you just typing on the wrong part of the keyboard? Like, what's wrong with you?
That tip says that he's been coming in and out of town to check telegrams. We should, if we're gonna wait for him here, we should, because we're also waiting on Cash. We should hide our horses.
Aye, we should. Where'd everyone go to? No, my keyboard has a weird backwards mode. That's very strange.
I think the best idea might be to flee horses and then catch them in the telegram station.
Are we hiding the horses?
I guess.
I love Annesburg as well. Where did the others hide?
I have no clue, to be honest. More north.
Nate Casey. I can't believe O'Neill's gonna be a filthy criminal now. It breaks my heart. Shattered. Everyone Saffron looks up to in the department just turns their back on the badge, turns their back on everything. Yeah, she's like the last senior deputy remaining standing of the last batch. That's okay, that's Branch.
Deputy Branch. I try to scare him.
Where someone can get shot any moment. All it takes is one good conversation.
Who's that out there? Is that Cat? Is that Cat?
Hello, who's in there?
Oh, it's Deputy Mitchell and a few others. Is everything okay?
What the hell are you doing skulking around, Stowe?
Everyone's skulking around.
You scared the daylights out of me. Crawling around on your knees like a crazed man.
I was inside leaning against the wall, acting nonchalant.
Yeah, people in Ainsbury that fucking crawl around, that's not a good sign. Some people get shot around here.
Yeah, I was shot just over there. Multiple times, in fact.
Really? Who did that?
Nobody important.
Summers. Right.
I'm guessing we didn't find who we're looking for.
No, but we thought if he's coming in and out of Annisburg to check telegrams, we could hide the horses and, you know. But he could be watching, who knows.
And now I've just ruined the party, huh?
I mean, it's not really ruined. We were trying to meet you as well, but...
Well, maybe we can have two folks stake out here and then two folks go up in the hills looking.
Sure.
Hey.
I can stay here if nobody else wants to.
Yeah, I'll definitely stay here. I'm good. Yeah.
Okay, if you
That's
both
Charlie
want to
down
stay
there?
here, then I'll go help with the hunt.
Where the hell's Charlie going?
I dunno, can. He's... He's Charlie.
I mean, you know Charlie. Come on.
Few deputy stops here and there. Think about like coming back or something.
It's a great moon tonight. I like how it's like cut in half. It's up there in the sky. It's crazy. Never seen a moon like that.
Really? You
Stars too. It's crazy.
live somewhere where you couldn't really see the sky?
Saints Cross.
Yeah, typically I'm too far up my own ass to see it.
I was just asking, I'm sorry.
No, I was just avoiding the question. Is all.
Sorry. Bye, Ian. Good night.
Alright, well, now that I've escorted you, would you like me to fuck off so y'all can do whatever y'all do?
I suppose I should at least pretend to work a little bit. I appreciate the company, Wayne. I appreciate you bringing that matter to my attention as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Alright, well,
no idea who
y'all
this
have
is.
fun in your little crawly escapades. Don't get eaten by cougars. And what are the little Ainsberg tips? If you buy postage from the lady up ahead, make sure you lick it before you smack it on a letter. I didn't do that one time and just fell off, and I was a laughing stock in front of everybody. It was the whole thing. Someone else was riding into town.
And the old binoculars before you ride in.
And now they're so sneaky.
Is that a cadet? Who's Titus?
Titus is a ranger recruit, I think.
Oh, okay. Do we know where Charlie went yet? Or did he just take off?
Charlie did Charlie things. I don't know where he went to.
Probably has some conspiracy about the back of the coal mines or something. He's checking it out. You'll find out in like 3 days, probably. But hey, also say if y'all enjoy.
All right.
If you need escort anywhere else, let me know.
All right. Thank you very kindly.
Yeah, totally.
Be safe. Okay. So who was staying here?
It was
Snow and
Winters. The icy boys.
Okay.
I'm
Well, let's
sorry.
maybe move before Wayne's coming back.
I don't have my long arm on me.
Oh, is the cat?
Yeah. Save me, Sharon. Save me.
Please.
My heroes.
You go ahead and take it somewhere. Take it with you.
I guess if I have to. Come here, bloody little bastard. You can sneak up on me. I have friends. Yeah, but you didn't expect that. Some bitch.
Good night, Wayne.
Yeah, maybe I might be back. We'll see what works.
I have no idea. I've never met that man before in my life.
Wait, all them gunshots would have certainly not done us no favors looking for this feller.
Aye.
All right, up in the hills is where they be seen running off to. Where do we want to look?
Up in the hills, I'm guessing.
There are quite a few hills here. Charlie?
What? I'm not gonna argue your statement right there.
But where do we want to look?
Well,
You got ideas? You want to lead the way?
Guess let's go up.
If he's been sending telegrams, he might be... sorry, sir, excuse me. Attempting to meet somebody in the area. Could be one of the cabins or something.
And we think it's Casey.
Uh-huh. Aye. I'm not quite sure if you know what happened, but he tried to jailbreak Toby with Ali and Valentine. And we gave pursuit and we caught Ali and Toby again, but Casey got away.
Yep, I did read that report.
I feel like I do a lot of that, chasing people who attempted a jailbreak.
Give me a suggestion of what you think he's doing, hiding and or looking over.
Sorry?
Give me an idea what he could be doing, because if he wants to send telegrams, I don't know if he's gonna go in. Maybe he already did.
Aye, well that's...
Hiding,
I think someone
maybe
said
some
that.
house.
I think someone said that he was going out, in and out of town to send telegrams. So it's possible he was trying to send someone a meeting location.
Okay.
But
I think this is the tallest hill here, so we'll lower hill search if she's not here.
is that a...
Eddie. Oh fuck.
Oh my god, you're kidding.
Wow, that wasn't as hard as I thought it would be.
Howdy.
Howdy.
I was literally about to say it's gonna be like searching a needle in a haystack. We're never gonna find him out here.
You got shot.
Well,
Welcome to day one.
I think that you know how this goes, Casey, so you might as well put the gun down.
I ain't going back to that place. It's the reason I wanted to get him out of there.
Well, if you go right now, Casey, you've got friends there. So if you're afraid of people who are inside, at least you'll have a support network. Can I promise you that any other time? Come on, Casey, put the gun down, please.
What happened?
What do you mean?
What? You didn't shoot him down, did you?
No, we didn't. They came to their senses and they stopped and we took them in. They've been transported to Sisika. They're going to be there for a while. Like I said, this is your opportunity to join them. And they're concerned about people who might be on the inside, Casey, then at least you can be there alongside them. They were disappointed that you ran off without him.
Ran off? We were escaping.
I know. And they didn't get away.
I know.
We're not gonna
figured as much.
We're not gonna stop looking for you, Casey. This isn't like before when we didn't know who you were. We know who you are now. It wouldn't be like that time I found you in that cabin and I didn't know who you were. You just knew that you were probably wanted. You thought you were going away that day. So you got lucky because I didn't know who you were. Let's put the gun down. Casey? No! Casey, stop the horse!
I ain't going back.
We all have Turkmen, so this is a pretty evenly matched chase. Casey! I got clotheslined. Oh, he just went down a tree. It's because the stupid menu. No idea where they went. Casey, this is it. Casey, put the gun down.
Calm down, right? No one needs to get shot.
I ain't going back to that place. Ain't letting you take me.
Casey, what do you expect us to do? Casey, no one here wants to hurt you. But if you start shooting, we're gonna have to do what we have to do. Please put the gun down. Casey, please.
Catch your breath. See reason. Reason. You want to keep living, don't you?
I ain't living in there.
No, but it's only temporary.
Temporary?
Aye, temporary, and you have the opportunity to change. You have the opportunity to correct mistakes. To make better choices.
Mistakes. Better choices. You think I do this because I think the world hates me? Or it pushed me down this way?
Please put the gun down, Casey. Casey, please.
Even the best shooter ain't gonna take on a 3-on-1, okay?
Aye.
We got you this time. Your corner.
No, no, sir. Okay, just wait. Casey. Casey, stop. Casey, stop running. Casey, stop. Watch out. Casey, where are you going? What are you doing? Stop. Stop this now. Put your hands up. Casey, put your hands up now. Hands up. Casey.
Motherfucker.
Oh, I still didn't get a lasso.
Leave him, leave him. Wanna fight? That's fine. That's fine with me. Keep running. See how long that fucking gets you.
Fuck you.
Ain't worth the bullet.
I wasn't gonna shoot him, I was gonna bash him.
Ain't worth the bashing either.
You can put him on my horse.
Yeah, he's alright.
Here, Branch.
I mean, right hook.
That was cool. Are you okay, Branch?
Yeah, just picking my head. My horse is in the road.
Aye, he's back this way.
Yeah, we'll go grab it.
We'll go down before we go up.
So you gonna need a doctor?
We'll have to check on more.
Well, either of y'all.
I'm
you
fine.
Cut up pretty good.
What's that?
I saw you reach down and grabbing something.
I'm taking his horse. No point. He probably getting eaten by something.
Yep. Take it to the stable in Ansburg or something. Let's meet everybody back in Ansburg, and then maybe take him to Saint Denis, see if we can't find a doctor there.
Okay. We might have to send someone for it, Branch.
Yeah, it's.
Aye.
It likes.
What about you, Saffron? Are you okay?
Oh, I'm fine.
Had some acrobatics yourself.
Did I? I stayed on my horse. Hephaestus did all the work sliding around on the slopes.
We, you know, hit the tree and everything.
Oh, that one. I'll see how when the adrenaline starts wearing off how I'm feeling.
Maybe the left road actually gets to Ansburg, probably.
Something like that. Might be a wee bit over the hill. No, I just did this earlier today.
Yeah, this is right. Turn right here. And take the next left.
Just watch for the cougars. Did I hear one?
I did not.
Okay.
Your hearing could be better than mine.
Maybe. I doubt you though.
Now, continued gunshots going off in your ears don't need to.
Well, I mean, sure. I just know there's lots of times that other people hear a gunshot in town. I don't hear anything. So I question my own hearing.
Excuse us. You boys still here?
I'll see if I can get him on his feet. Oh. Oh, this door isn't locked.
Oh.
I don't have any handcuffs on me, so I'm gonna use the salt stick to revive him. I'm gonna need one of you to cuff him.
Yep, I got him. Hey, Snow, could you get your ropes ready just in case?
Of what?
Of what?
He's very feisty and desperate.
Good morning, sweetheart.
Alright, well, looks like he's coming too. We won't need the salts.
I ain't yours, sweetheart.
Good to see you, Casey.
Can't say the same.
You took quite a beating from Branch there. Alright, easy goes it. I'll help you up, and then you're gonna put your hands up. Come on.
There we are.
Alright, we're gonna take him down to Saint Denis, I believe.
No, I'll search him quickly. Ooh, you have a lot of food. Ooh. I'll take a look at this.
You're stealing my food?
No, I didn't take your food.
What was that? What'd you take from me?
Probably journal.
Oh, you want my journal? I have a telegram in there.
I see that.
Yeah, I think you know him.
I do. That's quite an interesting telegram to have in the book all by itself.
Luckily, you only got volume 2.
This is volume 2.
Exactly. You fool.
You fool.
Alright, let me
Ain't
put this
never
back
getting
on.
volume 1.
Are you feeling all right, Casey? You're gonna need to have a doctor look at you.
I've been in a fight or two. I'm good.
Yeah. How bad's it bleeding? Anybody look over, see if you need stitches?
Oh, he's just scraped and bruised. I cleaned up his scrapes and put some ointment on him.
Okay.
Are we transporting down to Saint Denis first, or are we gonna handle things here?
Just handle things here and go straight to Sisika if he needs to go to Sisika.
His paperwork should already be done, is it not?
It should be other than this incident here. He'll be going to Sisika. Do you want me to get the paperwork?
Yeah, so we're just adding one extra count of fleeing and eluding and then...
And assault.
Assault.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, I'll head down to the stable and grab a car. Shouldn't take too long to just add 2 charges.
No, it
do you need
won't.
to sit down or something,
Just take a
Casey?
moment.
Nah. I'm in my prime, Sheriff.
Yeah. Hope you make something better of your prime than trying to break people out of jail.
You're gonna spend a lot of your prime behind bars, Casey. You already have.
Always in my prime. And it comes with the territory, I guess.
Doesn't have to. Your decisions.
Yeah.
Put yourself in whatever territory you want to be in.
I will, Sheriff.
All right.
$90 plus $50 plus $15. $255.
You don't want to get him to sew?
We're gonna transport him pretty quickly here. I've got his charges all worked up, so
Make sure to handle his weapons and everything.
he didn't have any marked weapons, right?
No, he didn't. Did he use any of these?
No.
Okay. Lucky day, Casey.
I don't know about that one.
Well, I mean, you could be without a very nice Lancaster.
Oh, that's what you're saying.
Oh, and a Schofield. Unless, of course, you stole these.
I actually bought both of those, to be fair.
Well, even better that you didn't use them then.
Do you want me to get a wagon for him?
I believe that Cash is.
Okay.
Where's the storage in this office?
What'd you take from a Schofield and a Lancaster?
Schofield, Lancaster, knife, 3 tomahawk.
Oh yeah, I was waiting for Nate.
Casey, did your friend Sarah contact you the other day?
Sarah?
Mm-hmm.
Who the hell is Sarah?
Okay, sure. Well, she was someone who was asking me if I had your telegram number or knew where you were, so.
I don't.
Still, I don't think all people.
I don't know Sarah.
15 hours a day and are still tired.
Maybe you're
Sleep
sick or
quite a bit.
something.
I think I am sick.
I am definitely.
Need a hand or something?
No. Alright, Casey, we're ready to go. Come on.
Oh. Allie, never heard the name.
I'm definitely sick.
I'm sure you haven't.
Can I ride on the cart?
Yep. And whoever wants to bring their horse is welcome to go grab their horse.
Entourage and everything. How
Mhm,
fine.
mhm.
I'll catch up. I gotta go find my horse.
All right.
Okay, well, that tells me the way it works. You can borrow mine if you need to, Winters.
Feels so special.
Special indeed.
How you doing, Snow?
Casey, how do you know me?
Oh. You don't recognize me?
Not really, to be honest. What happened?
Oh, well, you might. Well, Thought you would have put the pieces together.
I have not put the pieces together, no.
Oh, that's a shame. Never met anyone named Neil.
Oh, Neil, I vaguely remember. Yeah.
Yeah, not a feller he is.
Oh yeah. He's
Hey.
a weird one.
He did something really stupid by hiding in the building that I was clearing and not announcing his presence.
Oh, I remember that one.
What a dumb
Aye,
person.
that was Nate Casey.
Pleasure. Always was.
I mean, I
Pleasure
don't
had people.
like feeling like I'm about to shoot somebody because they surprise me in a dark cabin like that.
Did I give you a fright? Little bit of a spook, maybe?
I mean, anytime you're going somewhere and you're expecting there to be no one in there, but prepared that someone might be, it is concerning. Aye. Because I don't want to get hurt and I don't want to have to hurt anyone. Believe it or not, I don't get joy out of shooting people.
Yeah, I can agree on that.
Weird crypt.
Sometimes, though, don't matter. Some people need to get shot.
No one needs to get shot, Casey.
Oh, I disagree. When I hear one of mine's been shot down, oh, someone's getting fucking shot. You might have met the man, actually. Spent some time on a crutch myself.
Oh, wow.
Sure, that's really eating him up.
What happens when one of yours shoots one of theirs first, and then they just come back and do the same thing? You know, thinking the same way that you are.
Well, that's how it goes, ain't it?
Yeah, it sure is. Then there ain't none of y'all left at the end of it.
Isn't there a
Now,
saying
how's
for
that a way
that?
to live?
Eye for an eye makes the entire world blind. Because everyone thinks that they're justified in what they're doing. Everyone's always going to have an excuse as to why they're not culpable for their own actions.
Oh, I ain't making no excuses, Saffron. I think you got it wrong there. No.
But everybody lives by your code. Everybody is justified to shoot just about everybody. As soon as there's someone who shoots first, then everybody's going to be dead if they follow your logic.
So what did we learn today, Casey? Like doing something like that only makes the situation worse. Now, instead of only one person in jail, you have all three of you guys are in Sisika.
Hey, Kate, Ali might not have even gone if it wasn't for all that.
Nope, she probably wouldn't. That doesn't bother Casey, though.
No, he made his point, so it's fine if his friends suffer for it.
Turning left.
Casey, did you even hear Toby telling you to leave him in the cells? He was shouting it to you.
Left ahead.
Hey, he was begging to be left in the cells. He was begging that you wouldn't make it worse.
But you just had to have your way, didn't you?
Oh.
You okay there, Snow?
You don't seem to understand loyalty, Winters.
Oh, my head. Wow.
I'm pretty sure loyalty is giving your friends what they want, not what you want.
Uh-huh.
On duty right now?
Do you
Chef
need
Cash.
something? Okay.
Yeah, do you know who gave up my details yesterday to Thorn? He told her that I'd been that shot.
I don't think he's alright. I don't know. He ain't.
What's happening, Kat? Or Hummingbird, I'm sorry. What's happening?
What do you think has happened, Saffron?
I don't know. That's why I'm asking you.
She sent me a telegram.
What did she say?
See you soon, little one. It was from Riggs. I just woke up. It looks like it was from, I don't know.
From last night?
Probably.
What she told me last night is that she has some great final act of revenge planned on Thursday. If you can, stay hidden until then.
You two ready to go?
Can you repeat yourself?
Yeah.
She has something planned on Thursday, and I think it's likely gonna lead to her getting caught, or worse. If you could stay completely hidden until then. I'm sorry.
Look. I understand. Because I have been in that exact same situation. She tells you to do something, you just... I understand.
I was going down a list, and I didn't realise that there was something extremely sensitive in what I was going over. But I didn't have much of a choice. She could have ripped it out of my hands and read every detail if she wanted to.
She could have. She could have, but she didn't. And did she try to afterwards?
What? No, afterwards, she branded the back of my neck and left.
Did she say why she branded you?
No.
Does she want you to be part of her flock?
Aye, she said that stuff. Aye, she did.
Okay. Are you a religious woman?
Aye. Why?
I'd find the person who looks after you, whoever they are. Speak to them, speak to them about what's happened, and it's either a curse or it's a blessing, depending on who you ask.
Well, this sort of stuff has no power over me. It's just a burn. And that's all it will ever be.
Okay. Okay.
I appreciate the concern, though. I'm really sorry. I was only doing what I could in the moment, and I'm very sorry.
That's fine.
I was going home for the night. And I had one last situation. Some people in town needed help, and I walked in the telegram station, and there she was.
You were alone?
Aye. Everyone else had gone to bed, and I was doing the same, so as to not be alone.
Okay.
I was in a place I'd never even communicated to her from. I don't know how she knew I was there.
String of bad luck, it seems. hell of a string of bad luck. I'm not angry, Saffron. I'm not. I'm terrified. I thought this was over for me.
She has made a lot of threats towards a lot of people, and a lot of those threats aren't going to be carried out now. She's claimed that she's done torturing and hurting people.
You believe her?
I don't know what to believe. I know that the person that I spoke to was insane.
Can you do me a favor? You know a lot of people in a lot of places, right?
Maybe. It depends on what the favour is, so.
When you get her, when she goes to Sisika, get her help.
Of course. I'm always trying to do that sort of stuff. I put away somebody who was flipping coins and deciding whether or not to kill people away last week. And we're getting them help too.
Good. And if you can help her, then your debt to me is paid. And I'll tell the tribes this.
With all due respect, I don't think that I have a debt to you.
You put me in danger.
I put you in danger by being kidnapped and forced to do something.
If you read out okay, I wasn't told exactly what was read. I know that my charges were read.
All I read was a list of charges. That is all I read. I didn't read the details of a list of charges. So if she extrapolated from something from that, I'm sorry. I did not go into detail, and I did not go into detail for a reason.
Okay. Oh, thanks for the chat. And I appreciate us being on the same page.
I'm doing what I do because I want to help people.
Okay. I do too.
Sometimes it's a terrible balancing act.
Yeah.
To try and stay safe. I said I feel like something is going to happen Thursday. If you can stay very safe until then, that's probably the best thing.
Thursday.
Why?
Dave.
Thor.
Clever bitch. Clever bitch. Okay. Thanks, Saffron. It looks like I've interrupted you, so.
No, it's alright.
Yeah.
Try and stay safe.
I'll do my best, but no promises.
Saffron, can you move this here wagon?
I can try.
Horses ain't responded to me at all. They're being real stubborn.
I think they're gonna remain that way. Suddenly tends to do this to horses.
You doing all right?
Then I can.
And what does that mean exactly?
I don't know.
Did I see you got picked up by Thorn last night after I'd gone to sleep?
I put it all in the report.
You got burned by a knife, right?
Aye.
Was it the back of the blade, that little brand again?
I haven't seen it myself, but I assume so. It's on the back of my neck.
That was all that happened, though, right? As far as violence.
Aye. She almost started cutting me, but she decided not to. She decided to take me down to Armadillo and have me get into her paperwork there. Alone and away from everyone.
From Blackwater to Armadillo.
Aye.
She was only interested in her charges.
That's what she said. She said that since she had that information, she knew her charges, she would stop grabbing and torturing people.
The hell's wrong with people?
I don't know. And Kit there is saying that I told her something about what happened. I don't know. She got a telegram from Thorn saying I'll see you soon, apparently. All I did was go down the list of charges. I didn't give details. I only did what I could in the moment.
I don't know why someone would kidnap a lawman when they already have an appointment, an arrangement, an agreement to meet a lawman.
Because she likes doing it, because she likes hurting people, because she likes harming people.
Yep.
It's about the power in the moment for people like that. It can't be about anything else. And it's very clear that she's not right in the head.
Yeah. Would have been nice to have something on our terms we could use to set up as some kind of trap to get her behind bars. I mean,
No, we had we were watching telegram stations and stuff. The only reason she got me was because I had gone back to Blackwater, go to bed, because everyone else clocking off. There was some sort of strange medical thing going on in town, so I went to send a telegram. I'd seen that there was one from her. I went back to read it, and she was waiting inside.
she is quite smart. She's a good huntress.
It wasn't even a place I'd telegrammed her from, or anything. She hadn't been there all day. She'd been sending telegrams from Annisburg, from Emerald Ranch, from Valentine while we were in town.
Mm-hmm.
And then suddenly there she is in Blackwater.
What do you do when you're not working? Do you just sleep and work? Is that all? You gotta have something else, right? You got any family here somewhere?
No, I don't have family. I left Scotland because I didn't have any family left. Cash. And my very limited friend pool grows smaller or more criminal by the day, so...
O'Neill.
Croia, Darcy. O'Neill, sure. Gotta go find him down in Tumbleweed today, hanging out with a bunch of warrants. I'll be honest, as it feels like everyone that I was looking up to in the department does something and turns their back on the badge.
Well, hopefully not everybody.
No, not yet.
It's been a bad couple months, so to be fair, Harper and Swan didn't set the best example, and I suppose, well, Shields was fairly close with Harper. Maybe it stands to reason that
Shields makes more sense than O'Neill to me.
Yeah. Shields is always just pretending now, I can see. Pretending to be different so that he could be with whatever girls suited him best at the time, or...
That's sort of the feeling that I got.
I don't know.
I had been distanced from him from the start. But I thought O'Neill would be sheriff one day, if I'm being completely honest.
He was top of my list.
And now he's just... I spoke to him and it's just all selfishness coming out of his mouth. So if you're worried... It sounded like he was offended that his trust, that his integrity could be in question, and so he just decided to throw that in everyone's faces. That's the read I got of the situation.
Yeah, it's such horse shit. It's what they all say. It's, oh, I have no idea why you don't trust me. Then they just prove us right by
Exactly. I said, aren't you proving them right by doing this? It'd be one thing to turn in the badge, but here you are in tumbleweed.
Yep. I mean, he's put himself up there with the likes of Jax Riggs, Faith Fletcher. Not a very good list to be on. I don't know. I don't really understand it myself. I think that these people must have been fooling us, probably fooling themselves at the same time. Swearing an oath that they'll just turn their back on the second that
I think people
they don't hear what they want.
People are just too willing to let their egos be bruised. Too willing to make a permanent decision out of temporary offense.
I mean, as far as I could glean from Shields, which I couldn't glean much because he was just shouting at me the whole time. He quit because I wasn't nice to him. Because I just didn't seek him out and try to be friendly to him. Because, I mean, first of all, I never saw him, but that's it. And then Porter just, I guess, couldn't understand why his relationship with Darcy would ever come to question for him. He thought that he would just have our complete trust at all times, which, to be clear, I don't think anybody said we didn't trust him. I think we just said that relationship is going to
It's
make
compromising.
people question.
It is inherently compromising. And he should be able to understand that.
He should. If he gave a damn about what his badge was.
Giving weapons to people that were trying to kill him just 2 weeks ago. Were they in a relationship then?
Mm-hmm.
Molly could have been killed when that knife was held to her neck. Anyone could have been shot when she handed him that gun. And I mean, Felix got weed. How many crimes did he commit because she allowed him to escape? I mean...
Yeah.
And she came to me personally saying, please, trust me, I wouldn't do stuff like that. You know, please search me so I can be, beyond reproach with this. I just been feeling a lot of betrayal lately. From a lot of directions. I didn't have a whole lot of friends before I took the badge. Because up and around, I recognised the criminal undertow almost everywhere I went. And I didn't want to get wrapped up in something that would deny me this chance I'd worked so hard for. So I had to remain distant. And the last 2 times I really went around and didn't work. I got kidnapped for a bank robbery and I got my horse stolen.
Well, I don't know what to tell you. I'm sorry that your friends turned out to be who they are. I hope that whatever their reasons are, I mean, you can still be friendly with anyone that you feel like you can trust, that you don't think will put you or people you care about in danger. Nobody's going to judge you if you're still friends with them, but nobody will blame you if you drop them because you don't know what they stand for.
I can't exactly go down to Tumbleweed and speak with friends who are hanging out with people who are wanted.
No, not particularly.
Which is basically what I did today, but I didn't know that that's what I was looking to when I went down there.
Mm-hmm.
And I left shortly afterwards.
Well, I just hope that they don't pull anybody else with them, because anything that they say is going to be completely tinged with whatever bullshit they're spinning. I don't know. We got a lot of good people here. Every single one of them is like somebody who's cheated on somebody or tried to date multiple people at the same time. And I mean, quite frankly, the sign should have been there earlier that I should have seen, should have got ahead of it. I tried to avoid it because it's uncomfortable, because I don't know why someone would make decisions like they were making, but I thought it was personal. Didn't think it affected our work, but should have seen it. Should have done something, should have said something, should have stood up for something. But if there's anything else that can be gleaned from it, it's that the folks who remain will have withstood that and show their true colors, that we all know what we do stand for. The badge means something to us, and our job and our oath means something to us. And we'll always be here to back that up, to do what we need to do, to be here for each other and for everybody else. But when it comes to you, you also need to be here for yourself, and I think you put a lot of that burden on yourself that belongs to everybody else. But you need to find out how to take care of yourself too. If you need help with that, I mean, you can always come to me and ask. I know that we ain't close by no means, but if I can offer anything, any sort of guidance, help, take you fishing or something, you just let me know, okay?
I'll keep it in mind. I find it easier to stay busy.
And I've very much identified with that. And I would suggest that if you can't find any sort of relaxation from hiking up a mountain or fishing on a nice calm lake, then you find joy. Okay, well, you ain't alone in that, but find joy mounting up with somebody and going after somebody wanted and bringing them in, just like we did with Casey here. That's how I always avoided my problems too, making myself busy with work. Not that it would be recommended, but at the very least, it does provide a distraction.
I suppose. But then again, where they all went to. Probably got tired of waiting for us, to be honest. Oh, there's snow, actually. Sorry.
Do you know where the others went, Snow?
Branch is right there, and Winters went to his island boat thing.
What?
His island boat?
Yeah, he's gonna go leave a note on his boat.
He said that he got stranded in an island, so now he's a captain because he claimed a wrecked boat. So apparently,
A captain.
Apparently, that's what he finds Jane.
Fantastic.
Ow, cramp my leg.
Look, the wagon's just fine.
Wow, look at that. Convenient.
All right, this is the Saints Crossing Sheriff's Station Supply. Where would you like to be dropped off?
Wherever the whole party's going.
I suppose we go check the tip line.
That's usually what it is. Wait, I've been raising. This is what happens when you razz a streamer in their own chat.
Howdy, sir. Oh, Jesus, that's you.
Wait, who's? Oh.
It's me.
Whoa.
Look,
Wow.
I always tell folks this. All you need to do is change the hat and you become a different person.
Well, I also don't normally wear this outfit that often.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be back in about an hour or so.
Alrighty.
All right. Take care. Don't get
You too.
shot.
There you go, Charlie.
Can't believe how many chases I've been in the last few days. And shootouts.
It seems like all the shootouts have been happening without me. This whole time, the whole week, 2 weeks, I haven't gotten a shootout.
You haven't had to deal with Kyla Lane and her group.
Well, I was attempting
Weren't
to.
you part of that freaking shootout in Thieves?
Oh, yeah,
Whoa.
that's that. But I didn't know. The thing is, I didn't even get a shootout. I got tackled and hit the gun.
I mean,
So my
that's
luck is really on the low.
that's better than being shot, isn't it?
I mean, it depends how you think about it. No shootout, but I don't get shot.
You should be thanking your stars.
I managed to not get shot in both the shootouts then. Not the same for poor
We
Briar.
should, like, make something we could wear, like an attire, that would protect us from bullets.
Many, many layers of silk vest stitched together
that might
tightly.
be a good idea.
But it's very heavy and very hot.
That might be, yeah. What if they just get, like, think about it, they get some, what's it called, concrete whenever they're using those bricks, you know, and they just put it on a shirt, like in between a shirt, and you have that.
So you would just drape bricks across your chest.
Yeah, just wear a brick.
Why not just get like a stove door and hang that around your neck? You could even put a poncho over it and look somewhat normal. I'm funny.
Well, we got nothing on the tip line, but we could go looking for Alice Quinn. Go swing by Braithwaite Manor at the very least while we're down south here.
That's probably a good idea. I need to get water somewhere.
If we do that, you gotta get 2 people to go on the other side, because people run from the back all the freaking time.
Fair enough. We got 4 of us here.
Mm-hmm.
What's the question?
There was no question. There was,
Sorry.
we could go check the Braithwaite Manor.
I-
Let me rephrase that. We are gonna go check the Braithwaite Manor.
Okay, can I have 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 2 minutes?
Yeah, I need to go get myself some food, so
Okay.
I'm gonna go to the Bastille.
Okay.
Grab some stew.
All right.
I just need to get something to drink. IRL. I'm back.
Bless you.
Alright. Fair enough. There's a navy here that says nothing. Isn't it? No, it's just a navy, normal navy that doesn't have a return, doesn't have a don't return.
Right. Does anyone have a spare canteen with some water in it?
I have an empty canteen.
I have 2 empty canteens. Thank you.
Alright, well, does that mean that we're ready to go now?
Aye. Aye. Oh.
Alright. So I suggested Braithwaite Manor. Someone name a second location we might be likely to find Alice Quinn.
Oh my gosh.
Tumbleweed? No. She's
she-
against the Davis.
Does she
group, right?
follow Mills a lot?
Oh yeah.
Oh, aye. She's.
Let's check the,
They are an item.
okay, the Chancel Manor and or boat.
No, not just
Boat? What boat?
The betting, the casino boat.
Casino? Alright. Why not DeCenzo Manor, Snow?
Because I don't believe she'd be there. It's right around the corner up there. I've not seen.
Alright, it's close enough. We may as well just.
If she's there, I'll be shocked.
The girls think I can check the cut, but I don't know about that.
Kettleman's living at the DeCenzo house.
I've seen him going in and out.
Oh, we're just going right. Okay.
Not very much.
No sense of safety and security. You DeCenzos. You. Deputies come riding right through your yard.
I saw 2 people ride, turn to the right right before coming here, but not before this street. Hey, it's Wallaby. Is that Wallaby? I look like Wallaby.
Where?
Could not tell.
Yeah, that's Wallaby.
Is he white? He is, isn't he?
I think so.
He's not one.
He's not white?
You got arrested again?
Okay.
I checked it in Amherstburg.
Like, if we check,
Alright, next spot, casino, you said?
Yeah.
Alright.
That's further out, but Painted Sky has been,
That's not what it's called.
that is what it's called.
Not what it's called.
I'm not gonna call it by the crude thing that everyone else keeps calling it by. Okay.
What the hell?
What?
Did you not see that fella?
Cut across right in front of us.
Was he wearing a
through the
shirt or
park.
was he wearing a pink shirt? Like,
I didn't see anybody.
he ran
He went
straight up the
staircase.
he ran straight up the staircase to the tailors.
Yeah, there's a guy behind us. I know who that is.
Tired. Guy we saw in Annisburg.
Who?
Titus, the one who was with Darcy.
Titus. Okay.
Yeah, Matthias.
Oh, Matthias. Okay.
Here's that pink short person. Just blazing
Where?
through town. Right behind us. They just turned in front of the bank.
Huh.
They went up the staircase. They're riding their horse like crazy. Very reckless.
Cash is so funny. Very reckless.
Might have to slap a fine on there.
Anybody of note there at the Telegraph?
Who was that fella who was... Remember when I had a headache earlier and there was 2 people on the side of the road that you all were talking to? One on a paint horse? The fella? That looked like that fella.
No idea. Here comes
Night
snowing.
Greg.
He just walked past them, so he might not see them.
You know who them folks were?
One was Edwin.
Who?
Edwin.
Oh, Edwin Braithwaite.
Well, I guess he has been found.
Aye, there was a report saying that he seemed fine. Doesn't really look like there's anyone at the casino, but
No.
we can run through there, I suppose. Gonna do some roulette while he's down here. See if you can get all the way up to the... Whoa, it's so slopey. Up here? It's like this really cool office. Oh, it's different than I...
Time gambling with you?
Know that I've telegrammed him to stop.
To hire? Yeah, they're higher.
Fucking nobody cares about it. I'm gonna flip.
He had multiple shares that he had ignored for over a week.
That something must be going on because I don't think he would have given up the way he did, considering how much effort he put.
I want this to be robbable up here.
I get that, but still. God.
Yeah.
Like, I'm surprised no one uses this office here is sick. I guess you just, you know, you can be heard through everything. Well, I think I figured out why people probably don't use the office upstairs.
Alright, I doubled
Why's
my
that?
money.
Well, I can
I
hear
doubled my money with
everything that everyone is saying down here crystal clear. And
Yeah.
the roulette balls and everything. Like,
Well, the roulette ball just laughed.
crystal clear. But the speaking as well. Very
Yeah,
thin
we're all
floors.
also speaking pretty loud, I think.
Aye, true.
But yeah, DiCenzo's used that office for a bit.
Oh. Well, it's very fancy, that's for sure.
I have seen people walk in and out here recently. So it's definitely used as a meeting spot.
Also, with being loud. So Kaz could hear me.
Me too. At Geo, Giuseppe DeLucci said that was his office up there.
Oh, okay.
Where he ran 3 businesses out of it.
Well, they've got a huge vault up there. Well, not huge, but larger than a wall safe, I suppose.
There was a time where the Chancellors claimed to own fucking everything.
Yeah.
They claimed to own the boat, the bars in Saint Denis, the casino in Blackwater, the bar in Blackwater, the ranch.
Oh, excuse us, sir.
Everywhere.
What a pain.
Do we want to check the bar here?
Oh, sorry.
Sure.
Alice is not
The
gonna be
Bastille.
at Blue Pearl.
Speak up, Snow.
Are we checking the Blue Pearl?
Yes.
Okay, I'm not.
It will always be the barracks for me. And for right.
That's just because you're both old.
I know.
Who's
You're
that?
right from your time. Who's who?
Person walking on the sidewalk up here.
No.
Howdy.
No, we can hear you. I'm Deputy Snow, St. Sebastian Sheriff's Department.
Nice to meet you.
Your name is?
Jimmy.
Jimmy. Nice to meet you, Jimmy.
You too.
Just walking around, going to Blue Pearl, or?
Well, I was about to walk in here. I saw there was a horse here now. I was here earlier and there was no one here.
Alright, what can I get you beautiful people to drink?
I'm alright, I appreciate that.
Yeah, we're just here for work, I suppose. Just checking in, seeing if a person we're looking for is here, and I don't see him, so we don't want to cause no
What's he
trouble.
look like, darling? What's he look like, love?
Yo, you stay over there.
I'm looking
horse really
for.
wants to hit someone. Hi, Flo.
Hello, love. Hi, Jimmy. Yeah, go on.
Looking for Alice Quinn.
Oh, I don't even know who that is. No, I was nearly robbed by some bloke about an hour ago, but I give him a good kicking.
You kicked a man and tried to rob you?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I did. You know, I just woke up. I'm not a woke up person. I'm old. When you get old, you're a bit annoying. You know, you're annoying and you're annoyed. Just wake myself up, get myself to work. This big bloke, big beard, idiot-looking bloke. Well, he put a bloody big old rifle in my head. Well, I'm not having any of this, mate. You can piss right off. What you can do, mate? Give him a bloody kicking.
Jesus Christ. Well,
there you go. Then I give him something to eat, something to drink, and $100. I said, mate, if you want something, just bloody ask for it. Don't come in here, mate. Don't do that. Don't have a bit of old bollocks, mate. For giving that money, and off he went and bought a horse with a hat on it. Don't ask.
well, all right then.
All right, love.
I would not be trying to rob you, that's for sure.
Don't come in here, mate, and rob the Blue Pearl. It's just a dumb thing to do. It really is stupid. Some very kind people here, mate. You want a drink, you want something to eat, we'll give it to you. Best to rest your head, you know, out the back there, amongst the dirty old clothes, you can do what you like.
I'll keep that in mind. I got a feeling you're going to be very, very lovely company, so when I'm off duty, I may come back and take you up on that offer of something to drink.
All right, love, you're always welcome. We do serve the Saints Crossing's finest law enforcement. We have Senior Dep Ripley coming here quite often. You know, she likes a drink and all of that. Mr. Snow likes a coffee. Serve it. We serve it with a smile.
All right. Well, I appreciate the warm welcome.
You're welcome, darlings. You look after yourselves, all right?
Hey, same to you.
All right. See you later. Ta-ra. All right, Jimmy, my lad. What you like, sweetheart?
I'll take a whiskey and something to eat.
Whiskey. Oh, wait, I'll get the whiskey going for you.
Oh, she's so sweet this time. Literally, last time I spoke to her, she was cussing me out for being rude and making her late to work because I said, "Hey miss, just mind yourself, stick with friends. There's someone going around grabbing people who are alone and hurting them." How dare I interrupt her day? You think I might be kidding. I'm not exaggerating in any way, shape, or form.
She seems
She was
like a
cussing me out.
no-nonsense type of lady.
Well, apparently warning her that, you know, murderers are out murdering is, too much.
All right. Well, next location will be Braithwaite Manor.
Aye.
Yep. I'm gonna go impound there.
It's like Latin.
That Jimmy's an angel. Comes so quick.
All right. If we can, I suppose let's try to ride in a stagger formation. Watch out for this gentleman here. Oh, wow, we'll go to a full gallop now.
Speaking of which, good job keeping on Casey tonight, Cash.
Well, I was torn. I seen you head over heels, flying through the air, and I thought, if I know Saffron, she'll tell me to keep going, even if she's not all right.
Aye.
So I kept going, and I hoped that Charlie would be the one to stay with you and make sure you were all right.
Charlie also had a wee bit of an incident. But he was the one who was able to pick up the trail where the both of you went, and I was able to follow him to both of you.
Oh, I didn't pick up the trail. I just went in one direction.
Okay,
and hoped to
well,
God that I would
you
find
were
someone.
you were very smart, and you managed to find exactly where they went to. Sometimes it's like thinking like you're trying to evade, and which direction you go, and just picking it and hoping it's the right ones.
What, they following the road?
Well, I mean, there was a few different. It wasn't just following the road. It definitely branched off a few times.
Yeah, fair enough.
I was very impressed.
You get it?
Yeah, I get it. That's why I stopped the conversation there.
I was not making a joke.
No, you were making a pun.
No, all
Far
puns
worse.
were unintended.
Far worse.
Okay. Listen, I can be very punny when I want to, but sometimes it's unintentional.
We're gonna go round town.
Or you can say it's pun intentional. I'm sorry.
I don't think you're too sorry.
I don't think you should be sorry.
Oh God. I really can't believe I just said that.
You should be punished for that one. Sent to the penitentiary.
Okay, slow down and we're gonna split up. Like Charlie said, having two go around the back's wise idea.
Aye. How do you want where?
Charlie, why don't you take Saffron, go around back. Snow and I will go up the front. We'll give you a little bit of time.
Sure you can keep up with me, Cash?
I don't really see any horses.
There's one. It's mainly boats I was looking for. Horses can run away by themselves. Boats cannot.
Aye, true. That's just them. Aye. Aye. There's always the barns and the mill to check too while we're out here.
Well, I ain't never seen Alice here when she's wanted. It must be a little bit too obvious. But I figured it was worth a shot.
Well, funny enough, last time me and Red caught her and Pip, they were both here.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they both got shot by the guards and apparently were wounded
Oh,
or something.
right.
Yeah.
I processed that arrest paperwork for her.
We would have not known that was Alice if Pip hadn't acted so strange.
I looked at her and I knew it was Alice.
I know you did. You were there when we did it. Well, you weren't there with us, but you were there in that part.
Aye.
Okay,
We got the Wallaby kid when he got shot. Well, no, Missy got shot out here.
The Wallaby kid surrounds. We got a roads.
Yep. I mean, might as well hit the roads. May as well. I don't have any other ideas of place to look. These were just convenient locations. Anything else is just going to be needle and haystack material. So
it's late for me. I should turn in.
I also need to turn in, but I'll go check the tip line and make sure there ain't nothing happening.
All right.
That's always your mistake.
True.
I did that once before, and well, no, I got involved with an arrest, and then 3 hours later.
Yeah, that's how you stay up till 6 a.m. when you tend to go to sleep at 2.
Yep.
That is how that goes.
God, those stars are like way far ahead.
When you're processing paperwork and Ripley walks in the door and she's like, you know, you've got to get that done before the storm, right? The wind comes and blows it out of your hands.
No, you fucking don't.
No, well, no, I didn't. I mean, I'm never usually awake when the weather gets that bad. That's all.
Why was Ripley awake then?
Because that's when she was waking up.
Ripley wakes up early.
Yeah, but I don't think that early.
This is a few weeks ago.
Slow it down. Last time I put my horse right here, 2 people walked by it and got kicked.
So you're putting him there again?
Mm-hmm. One day people will learn.
It's a perimeter, is what it is.
Just walk by a different place.
What if they need to take somebody quickly to the medical tents?
They go around.
Roads. Raw binoculars, Ned. A man named Big Country helped me up with the double-barrel shotgun. He had me walk in a hidden spot. He had mostly brown rags and a rope. Clothes. He had a deep, gravelly voice. He stole my binoculars and all my small game meat. Then he tied me up, tried to trick someone else.
Really, that fellow's name?
Big Country, yeah.
Uh-huh. Okay.
From that house.
Oh, that is my signal to go to bed.
What, Big Country? Your signal to go to bed?
Mm-hmm.
What if that's Clyde Davis?
I would not
I
be
don't think that Clay Davis is
remotely
going.
surprised.
He would come up with a name like that, right?
I mean, he would, but he also wants. I mean, when I spoke to him last,
be known.
Exactly when I spoke to him last, he's like, "No, I took credit for my crimes." I was like, "What?"
This is the motherfucker that every time he drums a band, he goes, "This is Clyde Davis."
Yeah, other than the time he pretended to be a doppelganger.
No, that was when he had doppelgangers, and it was like 5 or 6 of them going back, including Clint Davis, who is still wanted.
He certainly did some of those crimes and then blamed it on somebody that was looked like. That was part of his master scheme. Not that there wasn't people who looked like him doing crimes. A Wallaby kid tried something similar.
There's gonna be a moment where he's gonna rob a bank with 5 Clyde Davises, and they're all gonna go by Clyde Davis.
Oh my God, I will hate absolutely everything.
Now I hope it happens just because you said that.
The last thing that bank robbers need to realize is that if they all dress up the same, it gets very confusing very quickly.
What was the last bank robber? That wasn't that one that Paul Wilder failed terribly.
Oh, when he tried to rob the bank himself?
Yeah. How many bank robbers have we had this week?
Like 4.
Fucking hell. Rhodes Bank, is that the last one?
We went from having 2 bank robberies in an entire month to 4 in 1 week.
Wait, Rose Bank was robbed too?
Yeah. Did you not read the Rhodes Bank robbery report?
No, apparently not.
It is interesting because apparently everybody shot everybody except for one guy and somehow got all of them shot to pieces after.
Oh, Thorne admitted to her participation in the bank robbery.
Which one? This one?
No, the one that we think Desmond was part of. And
oh,
that last Sarah. That was a while ago now. Like closer to the beginning of the month, maybe March 3rd.
Geez, that's a while ago.
Aye.
Here, 3 of the 4 went down. The Rudderman continued moving a boat west.
That is.
Is this the part where the chase where Winters got stuck on an island somewhere?
Yes. This is it mentions this actually.
Oh, I didn't get to see those. I hope those are posted in like my meta chat or something so I can see those. Yes, I'm gonna watch those.
Yeah, it says here when Winters started having some sort of problem and could not continue. Deputies then swapped to Molly's boat, but at this, the bank robberies were well on their way.
Alright, I'm going to bed.
Good night, Saffron.
Night, night.
I love that Clyde Davis was a hostage.
Yeah, I'll watch those after I end. Wow, we had some more exciting chases. Let's raid Sergeant Tyne because Winters got off and just went and gotten his criminal. I just think it's funny. Okay. Is that tomorrow? What day is it today? It is tomorrow. Okay. Wow. Thanks for the reminder. Yep, I'll be doing that. Okay, guys, sending you off to Sergeant Tyne. Looks like it's gonna be a Sessica stream. Oh my goodness, I'm getting hit in the face with a million ads. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Yep, that's the plan. Take the puppy dog on a boat. Might be fun. Captain Cashew and Cinder. All right, guys. Good night.